It's 5 o'clock. I'm Jeff Malinoff with your top stories. A request for a mistrial denied during the third week of Sean Combs, also known as Diddy's sex trafficking trial. The defense flagging evidence linked to an alleged attack on a rival. ABC News chief investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky in New York.
The request came during the testimony of an arson investigator who responded to Kid Cudi's home when the rapper's Porsche was torched with a Molotov cocktail. He showed the jury pictures of a slash in the canvas top, a malt liquor bottle, and a burned cloth used as a wick. Defense attorneys have said Combs was simply not involved. They accused prosecutors of unfairly suggesting Combs was responsible for the destruction of 2 fingerprints lifted from Kid Cudi's front door. There's no way to unring this bell, a defense attorney said, demanding a mistrial. The judge denied it.
2 arrests in the jet ski hit-and-run accident near Dallas. An 18-year-old killed while kayaking. ABC's Mariah Variel in Dallas.
Authorities say 18-year-old Ava Moore, a standout high school basketball player, just accepted into the U.S. Air Force Academy, was kayaking on Lake Grapevine outside Dallas Sunday night when a jet ski plowed into her from behind. Good Samaritans rushing to help.
Once she came out of the water, I just had them lay her down and kind of started helping.
But the cadet could not be saved.
Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. The up and down stock market ended on the downside Wednesday, with the Dow Jones losing 245 points, but still finishing above 42,000. The Standard & Poor's 500 and Nasdaq Composite each slipped 0.5%. The tariffs that have rattled the markets this year face a serious new challenge. The Court of International Trade has blocked President Trump's wide-ranging tariffs, saying that Congress, not the White House, has authority to set import duties. The Federal Reserve is raising concerns over what it calls the possibility of difficult trade-offs in the next few months. Minutes from the Fed's meeting earlier this month point to the potential for rising inflation, higher unemployment, and the risk of a recession. At the center of it all is uncertainty over U.S. trade policies. NVIDIA shares jumped in pre-market trading overnight after the company posted a positive set of earnings. Gains for the American tech giant sparked a rally in global semiconductor stocks. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Looking at the futures right now, Dow is up 394, S&P 500 up 88 points, and NASDAQ is up 427. So everything's looking up this morning. That's the latest news. Traffic is next. I'm Jeff Malinoff, WTN News. Fortunately, no accidents to report this morning. Everything else is wide open. So right now, starting off, good morning, knock on wood. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, good morning, everybody. It's, we call it 6 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. I am Brian Wilson, in for Dan Mandis, who is still vacationing, still sitting by the pool on a cruise ship somewhere, sipping, I don't know. I think he's a pina colada kind of guy, a sangria guy, a dangria guy. That's what it is. So he's out there. He's still cruising around, and I'm going to be getting you covered all the way through 9 o'clock this morning. Playing a little game of musical chairs, a lot of moving parts here. I'm in for Dan. Jeff Malinoff. Hello, Jeff, you there?
Yes, sir. Hello.
Yeah, good morning. Jeff is in for Joan Jones.
Yes.
Great job doing the news there just a moment ago.
Thank you, sir.
You're a man of many talents.
Yeah, well, when I first started, I was like, all right, I should learn everything just in case for these specific moments. It turned out dividends.
Can I tell you that, I may not have always been the smartest guy in the newsroom. I come to conclusions more slowly than many people do. Sometimes it takes me a moment or two. I used to be always shocked, stunned, and amazed at how fast other people were. Like, Brit Hume would come to these conclusions and in a matter of seconds, and it would take me, an hour to catch up with what he was talking about. I'm slow, but nobody ever outworked me. I was there, and I was one of those. Yeah, let's learn it all.
Yeah.
So in the early days of my career, I learned how to be a cameraman. I was a pretty good cameraman. In fact, if I could have, we in small markets, you shoot your own stories, and so. I became pretty good at that. I used to run the live truck. I love to run the live truck, and that's a whole different technology. And then I learned to do the weather.
Yeah.
And then one day, I walked in. I was working in a TV newsroom in Amarillo, and they said, "Hey, our weather person just resigned. You're it." So I did that for about 6 months. And maybe a year. It was a long time, but if you learn it all, you'll always find work.
Exactly.
And you know what imbues you to people? What helps you in a newsroom is that you become, if you're a jack of all trades, you become very valuable. We can plug this guy in anywhere, and that's what you're doing, and I applaud it. Good for you, Jeff Malinoff.
Yeah, and even tomorrow, I'm not only doing the morning news, I'm doing the evening traffic. I'm doing everything. I am not going to get a wink of sleep for the next 48 hours.
I will say that traffic is one thing I have not done, but one way or the other.
Well, in Nashville, there's plenty of it.
We got Lewis in for a moment, and Mason Fleming will be along in a bit to push the blinky buttons. I wanted to talk to you guys about this weather.
Yeah.
What is going on with the weather? Everybody talks about the weather, but you can't do much about it. But I'm looking today and tomorrow, 45% chance of rain in Nashville today, 80% chance of rain in Nashville tomorrow. We get a pretty good day on Saturday, Sunday more rain, and then it gets a little warmer, but not as warm as it would normally be this time of year. It's been cool and it's been wet. And I'm tired of it.
I'm just looking at the 3-day forecast right now on WSMV4. Today, high of 80 with isolated thunderstorms. And then on Saturday, it's also like 83 degrees and partly cloudy. But tomorrow, 75 degrees and scattered showers. Like, it's all over the place. Yeah. It just does not know what it's doing.
It's a weird weather pattern. I found this story that I thought pretty interesting over, I guess this is WKRN, Channel 2. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Memorial Day, unofficial start to summer, and summer in Tennessee historically means high heat and high humidity. In previous years, at nearly every single day, every day has been in the 90s with feel-like temperatures in the triple digits. So far in 2025, we've had plenty of humidity, not much heat. Nashville has yet to reach the 90s, and there are no 90s in the forecast for the rest of May, which, not that much. It'll be the first time since 2013 that Nashville won't record a temperature of 90 or higher before June. How about that? I mean, why is that, I wonder? In Nashville, on average, our first 90-degree day is May 27th, on average. So that would have been 2 days ago. But the city has hit 90 as early as April 9th. Music City averages about 2 days in the 90s each May, and the most that has ever been recorded is 16 days in the 90s back in 1962. Let's see. Temperatures in the 90 during May have been abundant in recent years. Last year, Nashville reached the 90s twice before May was up. 2022, Nashville reported 8 days. In 2019, 10 days with temperatures in the 90s before May was there. And here's the weird part. All of that is weird, and I don't understand what the weather patterns are. I mean, I did weather, but I'm not a meteorologist. But one way or the other, I'm really sorry, excuse me. Nothing like clearing your throat early in the morning on the radio. Craziest part of all this is that in North Dakota and Minnesota, they have already reached the 90s. Why is that? Sorry. Earlier this month, Fargo, North Dakota reached 95 degrees. Fargo, North Dakota has been in the 90s, and we have not. Something's weird and wacky. Minneapolis and Chicago have also made it at least into the 90s. Maybe hard to believe, but Nashville has gone the entire month of May and June without reaching the 90s. It happened in 1893. Nashville didn't reach the 90s until July 5th. What a weird, so it does happen. We get these weird years where we get a lot of rain and a lot of cloudiness. Rain has saturated the ground and the air. It's moist, it's humid, and I can't even get into my yard to mow it. You like that? Yeah. I'm embarrassed by my yard. If you saw it, you would go,
well,
get rid of that.
You're going to be wishing for that rain in like the next month and a half when it's nothing but dry.
Yeah, I know, but my goodness, you got to have the rain. And I'm from West Texas, and we have a rule out there that you never curse the rain. Never, because you don't get that much of it out there. So when it rains, you should be grateful. But rain water in the world of disaster and things that can go wrong, weather disasters, water is the problem. In a hurricane, yeah, the wind's bad, but it's the water that generally does the most damage when it comes to shore, the surge. So it's like water is always the problem, and when you have we've had thunder showers and some severe storms. Probably would have been better, bigger storms if it had been warmer, but it wasn't. Well, anyway, I'm just fascinated by this, and I don't understand it.
Yeah, me living in California, I'm not used to how this weather is just unpredictable. Like, California is the most predictable weather probably in the planet.
Yeah.
And now coming to Tennessee, it's like, the joke is like, you like the weather now? Wait 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's going to change.
And that's the way it everybody talks about it. If you don't like the weather, hang around. It'll change. That's what we used to say out in West Texas. All right. Well, anyway, try to survive. Tomorrow, Saturday's your first sunny day. So if you're gonna, in a while, so if you're gonna do any yard work, you're gonna get out and mow. Saturday seems to be your day. But man, I tell you, I am done with this gloomy weather. I really am. All right. Okay. Big news. We got all kinds of stuff, weird stuff going on. We'll talk a great deal throughout the morning about what happened late yesterday with an international trade court that shut down the tariffs that Trump is trying to impose. Just shut them down. Now, it's not over, and we'll get into that in greater detail, but that's a very interesting story. But the one that grabbed my attention the most this morning, and I decided, man, this is worth a little bit more time and a little bit more conversation. I'm very interested in what Dan Bongino and Kash Patel are doing over at the FBI. FBI Director Kash Patel was on with Brett Baer on Special Report last night, talking about some of the things that he is finding as the new director of the FBI. And surprisingly, they're finding out a lot of things we didn't know about the day January 6th. Now, this is important to me because I was there. I was on the grounds as a reporter, not as a protester. I went there to observe and saw all the things that happened, at least on the lawn. And, it was a pretty interesting day. So I'm very fascinated by this. Listen to I tell you what, we'll take a break. We'll do the traffic. And in one moment, you're going to hear Kash Patel talk about exactly what he has found and how surprising it's going to be. Right now, time for traffic at 5:15.
Looking around the downtown Nashville area, nothing to report, fortunately. And, of course, there's last days of schools going on in Rutherford County area, so get ready for those heavy kind of traffic during the school hours. But right now, nothing to show. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right. In Nashville, we're looking for a high today of 79 degrees, and there's a 45% chance of that rain we were talking about. All right, Kash Patel on Brett Baer, talking about what he has learned as he looks into the documents and the background of the FBI's January 6th investigation. It's pretty eye-opening. Listen.
People have had questions about January 6th and whether or not there were FBI sources, not agents, sources on the ground during January 6th. And I told you I would get you the definitive answer to that, and we have. And we are in the process, again, of working with our partners to divulge that information, and it is coming. And I will tell you this. The answer to that question will surprise and shock people.
Now, I hope he's not overselling it because, I am really interested to know if they've dug up anything. But he said they found a cache of documents that they thought that they would never find. They were in a place they were not supposed to be, almost as if they were being hidden. Is what he says.
Because of what past FBI leaders have said about it.
Former FBI Director Chris Wray eventually admitted to Congress there were 26 FBI confidential human sources in and around the Capitol January 6th, but not actual agents. Can you say that's true? Are there more than that? What you're learning from that?
I can say that is definitely a piece of the truth. Why it took a ton of time and questioning in Congress for the director to get that point is what I'm trying to eliminate from the FBI. If Congress asks you a question under oath, whether or not there were sources in around January 6th at the Capitol, you as the director of the FBI need to know that and not deflect and give a DC answer. You have to be prepared for that. And that's the answer we're giving. That's the answer Chris Wray should have given.
And eventually everybody's going to know the whole picture.
Yeah, because the American people deserve that. And look, no one's more frustrated than me. Remember, I was chief of staff of the Department of Defense on January 6th. We said that we were ready, and the president had previously authorized the National Guard to be there days in advance. I spent 2 years, a small fortune, grand juries to testify to the truth. And what happens now, years later? We were right. Bowser and Pelosi rejected that offer.
Bowser is the mayor. Muriel Bowser, and of course you know who Pelosi is.
And instead of figuring out how to prevent security lapses like that ever again, the American public spent tens of millions of dollars and countless hours on TV listening to conspiracy theories because those in positions of leadership failed to tell the American public the truth.
Bongino the other day said one of the other things that they are doing is that they are looking at who planted those pipe bombs near the RNC and the DNC headquarters, which is near Capitol Hill the night before January 6th, late that night. We've seen video, and he's looking into that and getting we're told weekly updates, I think it is, on that. So they're digging around on it. Here's something for as long as we're talking about the FBI. Dan Bongino, the deputy director of the FBI, said on social media Wednesday his department is actively investigating the origin of the COVID-19 virus. As we read and processed reports of a new COVID strain emerging, I want you to know we are actively investigating in multiple field offices the cover-up of the origin of COVID virus, along with associated matters requiring our attention. A new variant has begun to circulate in some parts of the world. World Health Organization said Wednesday The rise in cases is primarily in the eastern Mediterranean, Southeast Asia, and Western Pacific regions. Airport screening in the United States, who knew they did this, has detected the new variant, and travelers arriving from those regions to destinations in California, Washington State, Virginia, and New York. How about that? I didn't know. But one way or the other, getting back to the headline here, Bongino says they're going to investigate the origin of COVID. I think that's a pretty interesting thing. Patel has also promised transparency regarding the investigation into the assassination attempt at Butler, Pennsylvania. He's promised full transparency in the Bureau's investigation of the assassination attempt on Donald Trump's life last year. He told Brett Baer, "You're going to know everything we know," and dismissed conspiracy theories about foreign interference and attempts to sabotage Trump's presidential campaign. "We take assassination attempts, especially of the President of the United States, extremely seriously," Patel said. "And we don't feel that the American people have been given the information they need on that." And we're digging through the files, and we're getting them a more robust picture of what happened and whether or not there were any connections. The director added that the current conspiracy theories swirling online do not have any merit, and those pushing them are people looking for something that does not exist. That's interesting. Interview comes just weeks after former FBI Director James Comey appeared to call for Trump's assassination by that 8647 post on Instagram. He said, well, he was unaware that that had violent connotations. So anyway, a lot going on at your FBI. One of the most important things that Donald Trump could do is make sure that that FBI gets set correctly. I think, and my experience has been that the men and women on the front lines of the FBI are patriots. They are professional. I think they really wanted to go out there and enforce the law. They are a very elite organization, as far as I can tell. Every FBI agent I've met has been an impressive individual. I walk away going, wow, that's pretty cool. That guy has it going on. So, the problem was always the leadership in FBI headquarters. And you got to have, I guess, your director of the FBI in Washington or something. But the FBI, they're dismantling headquarters and dispersing these agents that are at the Hoover building, which they need to tear down. When I got to Washington, they were talking about tearing down that building, and they never got around to it, as far as I know, and it's still there and still being operated. But move some of those people out of the Hoover building into other buildings around the country to decentrify and to take away the power that you have in Washington, and to try to put these people back in bureaus all around the country to do the investigations that need to be done. I'm for it. I like it. 5:23 now on Super Talk 99.7.
A mysterious object in space leaves astronomers with a lot of questions. Also, Senator Mitch McConnell comments on the big, beautiful bill, and Elon Musk leaving Doge. Those stories and more coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Yeah, 28 minutes now past the hour. We'll get back to Jeff in the news here in just a while. Jeff filling in today for Joan Jones. I'm Brian Wilson, your friend and radio buddy, and for Dan Mandis, who'll be back on Monday. Monday. He'll be back in the chair, and I will be sleeping in. America, I'm sorry, I got a little lazy in my retirement. Americans looking to move, leave where they are and move to a better place. Tennessee is a top destination. Tennessee ranks second among the most popular states Americans are considering moving to in early 2025. A wave is coming. Study by U.S. News and World Report cites lower cost of living, milder weather. I wish it would be sunny weather. Milder weather, lower taxes as potential reasons for the South's popularity. Nationally, Knoxville, Franklin, and Chattanooga are among the most searched cities for relocation. Tennessee, one of the top states people consider for relocation in the first quarter of 2025. Study cites the lower cost of living. As I said, this is a lot of repetition. Here is the official list of what people are looking at. And a lot of them are very much in the South. Not all. There's some prizes in here. People are looking at lowering their tax burden. I can understand that. An overall better environment. If you don't like the cold, you want to move out of that. So number one is South Carolina. And I'm baffled as to why, because it doesn't seem to be one of them. I mean, it's a growth state, but is it number one? Apparently so. Number two is Tennessee. 3 is Delaware. 4 is North Carolina. 5 is Maine. 6 is Idaho. I mean, those are people up in the Northwest who are trying to escape and don't want to draw all the way across the country. Idaho, beautiful, by the way. West Virginia. Okay. Alabama. Number 8. Number 9 is Arkansas. Tell your ma, tell your pa, going to send you back to Arkansas. Number 10 is Mississippi. Mississippi. All right. So that's interesting. Get ready. They're coming. 30 minutes now past the hour. Time for the news.
It's 5:30. I'm Jeff Malinoff with your top stories. Going to D.C., some Senate Republicans are concerned with the budget bill that President Trump has supported. The bill passed the House by a narrow margin last week, but Republicans in the Senate are worried about the overall price tag. Here's GOP Senator Mitch McConnell, the former majority leader, at an event in Bowling Green, Kentucky.
It's got so many different parts in it, and I don't think it works for television, but the parliamentarian can rule out some of the things that the House did. No way to know in advance how that's going to happen.
He was just basically saying he was a little optimistic about what the bill will be and what they put in and what they're taking out. Astronomers have discovered a strange object in our Milky Way. ABC's Wayne Cabot takes a look.
NASA really isn't sure what this is. It could be a star, it could be a pair of stars, or it could be something else entirely. Whatever it is emitting X-rays around the same time it emits radio waves. That cycle repeats every 44 minutes, at least during peak activity. NASA's Chandra X-ray Observatory spotted the X-ray emissions by chance. They're saying either we're uncovering something entirely new, or we're seeing a known object emitting radio and X-ray waves in a way they've never seen before. Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
Elon Musk announced he will be departing from the Trump administration and Doge, and Musk makes a statement regarding the future of Doge.
Trump advisor Elon Musk has announced his scheduled departure from the Trump administration after leading the Department of Government Efficiency. Musk saying the Doge mission will only strengthen over time as it becomes a way of life throughout the government. But it comes after Musk publicly criticized Trump's so-called big, beautiful spending bill for not doing enough to cut spending.
That's ABC's Perry Russum. That's the latest news. Traffic is next. I'm Jeff Malinoff, WTN News. Got a couple accidents to report. We got an injury crash in Antioch on Mountain View Road at Hickory Hollow Parkway, as well as another crash in Davidson County in Hillsborough, 21st Avenue South at Beechwood Avenue. Look around the downtown Nashville area. Still no signs of traffic. It looks like we're still wide open this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, everybody. 37 minutes past the hour. Brian Wilson in the chair for Dan Mandis. He'll be back on Monday. Still out there cruising around somewhere on a big body of water and sitting by the pool drinking adult beverages. Good for him.
Think he made his own Dangria there?
I no. I don't. When he comes to our house, Cabana wife always makes a big batch of what we call Dangria. And Dan goes right to it. He loves his Dangria. There's no doubt about it. Anyway, hope that he's having a great vacation, comes back charged and ready to go. I'll be here today and tomorrow. And so this is the time of the show where we just chew over a bunch of stuff and see what's going on out there. You can't live on a diet of only hard stuff. You gotta find the other stuff. And this one, I don't know. Which one should I start with? All right, I'll do this. New dream job for young men. A hat tip to the folks over at Red Eye Radio, because they had this at the end of the show, and I went and looked it up, and I cannot believe it. Jeopardy champion Brendan Lau is unemployed, lives with his parents, won almost $60,000. Master's degree in political science, judging by his quiz show performances, an expansive knowledge of everything from the Middle Ages to pop music. He won $59,000 in 3 contests that aired last week. He is also unemployed and lives with his parents. At his request, Jeopardy host Ken Jennings introduced him at the beginning of each episode as a recent graduate and a stay-at-home son. I don't know. I mean, this is a guy more closely aligned with your generation, Jeff, than mine. How many people do you know that are like this guy?
More than I'd like to admit it.
Yeah. I mean, you're not that kind of guy. You get out and work hard. You hustle.
Yeah.
This guy stays at home and reads the dictionary. I don't know what he does.
I mean, people get like work or their quote unquote jobs. There's so many ladies that work from home kind of stuff, and you think like, oh, they'll never make money, and they're making bank on it. Like some of this stuff is so bizarre, but those niche, bizarre jobs sometimes make more money than we can imagine.
Yeah, maybe so. And you don't. And look, I'm a stay-at-home anchor, host. I stay at home, but at least I'm out there. I'm getting up every morning and working. Well, most days. Stay-at-home son. Have you heard this term, stay-at-home son?
Yes. That was during COVID, but I moved out.
Oh, and so you had to go back home during COVID. Well, I mean, there were a lot of people who had to do that.
Yeah, well, I actually had an apartment viewing the day that the world shut down, like that March day. I had to cancel my move to an apartment because of COVID.
Yeah. It was a tough time for a lot of people, and everything was thrown up into turmoil, and I think for no good reason as we look back on it, one way or the other.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, I think this is where we are in America. People who brag that they live in their mother's basement.
Oh my gosh,
that's what it is. All right. This story. I have mixed emotions about this story because I think it was probably wrong. Well, I think it is wrong of the teacher, not probably. It's wrong. But when I look back on this all seems pretty tame to me based on the way, it was for me when I went to elementary school back in the dark ages. From Channel 5, an investigation into a Metro Nashville public school teacher found she taped a student to a chair multiple times as an act to discipline a first grade student. apparently, the bottom line, I'm going to try to just paraphrase all this. The kid was a wiggler. He wouldn't sit still. He kept turning around backwards in his chair. And apparently the teacher got frustrated and took some packing tape and taped it across from the bottom of the chair across his lap to make him in the chair sitting the right direction. I mean, that's what happened. But listen to this. The teacher was placed on administrative leave pending an investigation. And once they did the investigation, she resigned. In mid-April, another first-grade teacher reported 2 vice principals that she saw a student taped to a chair inside the teacher's classroom. Teacher went in and told Ron, "You can't do that." The child said, "Thank you for saving me." The child went with another first-grade teacher for the remainder of the day. School administrator placed Roan on administrative leave. The next day, she denied that she had taped the student to the chair, but there was a witness, and the witness came forward and talked about it. Scotch tape is what she said. The other teacher said it was packing tape. You know, that clear, I guess the clear packing tape. You can't break that stuff.
Yeah, that world's strongest man can't even do that.
You got to cut your way out of that. You can't just, strip it off. Members of the first grade class told school administration that this teacher would get frustrated and that she would place students in the corner, tape their mouths, and force their classmate to run at recess. Run laps. Well, I don't, it's pretty tame. I mean, all of that seems pretty tame to me because I grew up as a child of the 60s. You know what they would do if you get out of line when you were in elementary school when I was growing up?
Is that the ruler?
Oh, no. The ruler, I would have loved to have the ruler. No, they did. When I was growing up, it was still corporal punishment all the way through high school. And if you got into trouble, then there were 2 things. The teacher would take you out in the hall, and they would bring another teacher to witness while they gave you licks in the hall. Bam, bam, bam.
They added a teacher to cheer them on.
No, just to make sure that there was a witness, I suppose. That was the strategy. They'd bring another teacher over to witness. I'm going to beat this child now.
Hey, okay with me. Continue.
Yeah. And, they would wail away on you. And then really bad if you got sent to the principal's office. But there was nobody that I feared more in my educational experience in Odessa, Texas, than a guy that we called Cactus Jack Crawley. Cactus Jack Crawley was a fire plug of a man. Stout, solid, ex-Marine, tattoos on his arm, had been around the world, seen it all. Tough guy. And in high school, if you got into trouble, you had, they would send you down. Now, look, they'd say, we're going to give you D-Hall. D-Hall was you had to stay after school for an hour. But if you had a part-time job, which I did, what do? You can't just not show up for the job. So the answer was, if you can't do the D-Hall, you got to take the licks. And you would go to this guy's office, and he had big, muscular arms, and he just wielded this paddle. You'd say, all right, you got to lean over against that chair. And you'd lean over, and bend over, and he would and you'd wait, and you'd wait. The man was sadistic. He really was. And then when you finally, what's going on? But you turn, and you tighten up those muscles when you would turn to see what's going on back there. Bam! He'd lift you up about a foot off the ground. And then he would hit you with about 5 more. It was 5 licks to get out of an hour of D-Hall. I'm telling you, you'd go home with a bruised bottom. There was no doubt about it. When you've been paddled, you knew about it. And so, and you know what? Nothing probably compared at school as to the trouble you'd be in if they found out about it when you got home. That was the thing in law school. Did you ever experience anything like that?
Oh, no. I went to school in Northern California in the most liberal county in the state. This county is so liberal, they didn't vote for Reagan. So you think they would get away with corporal or punishment in any way? Oh, no. They'd be screaming parents. There'd be tears all over the place. No way. That would never happen. Even though sometimes it should have.
Yeah, I don't know what you do. I mean, if you're a teacher and you have no tools to keep order, there's no, muscle behind the teacher, then the classes become chaos because the kids know they can get away with anything. My biggest problem, I guess, was just talking in class, probably. But, I mean, you get in trouble for the most silly things. Like I was sitting in class one day, English class, and I was not, I'll be honest with you, I was not a great student because I was bored by school completely. If I enjoyed the class, I got an A. If I didn't enjoy the class, I did whatever I got to get by with the gentleman's D. That made me an ADD, person. I either got an A or a D, nothing in between. And so I was sitting in the English class, and I looked up, and there was a piece of fuzz. It was just a stupid thing, little piece of fuzz hanging down from the ceiling, and it bugged me. And so I don't know, I couldn't help myself, impulsive young man. I jump up and I just take that piece of fuzz off the ceiling. I got D-Hall for that. I had to go take the licks. I had to go deal with Cactus Jack Crawley. Well, we'll talk more about this in just a moment. We have to take a quick break, right? No, we don't have to do a break.
No, not this hour, no.
Okay, we'll do that
it's honestly, it confused me when I first started this show also.
And then one other Cactus Jack story that I remember was on my 18th birthday. I was in typing class. Yes, they actually taught typing. By the way, we also had a smoking section for the kids at my school.
Really?
No, we did. We had a smoking area. Yeah.
Speaking of,
I hated it.
That's all. Speaking of Cactus Jack, do you know there's actually an old professional wrestler named Cactus Jack?
Yeah. That's
who is
sort
like
of
this
where I got the
who was like a hardcore wresler that that landed on beds and nails and loved pain. So I'm like, this is very fitting. That's a very fitting nickname.
Yeah, so I'm in typing class, and the Cactus Jack Crawley appears and hovers in the doorway, looming in the doorway. He turns to my teacher and says, "I need to see Brian Wilson." I went, "Oh, what did I do?" I couldn't imagine what kind of trouble I was in. And he takes me down to his office, just around the corner. "Do you realize, sir, that this is your 18th birthday?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "Yes, sir." I thought, I thought maybe there was some kind of special thing they were going to do for me on my birthday. He said, "You haven't signed up for selective service, and it's against the law, and you're going to do it right now." Sat me down, and I signed up for the draft.
Oh my gosh!
On my 18th birthday, yeah. And it's like I just hadn't thought about it. I guess my parents hadn't thought about it because I hadn't filled out. You were required to fill out the paperwork before you got to be 18. And I did it on my 18th birthday right there in Cactus Jack Crawley's office. And, it was probably if I had not gone to college, I went to junior college for a few days. But the draft ended shortly after, and they didn't do it anymore. But I had a lot of friends who ended up going to Vietnam. But I'll always remember that.
Yeah, my dad missed the draft day by like 2 months, I think.
Yeah.
Like he was like that close.
Yeah.
It was scary for a lot of people.
In a way, I wish I had done some military service. I think it would have grounded me. It would have straightened my young butt out. I was a bit of a rounder. Can you believe that? Hard to believe, is it, that I would have been a rounder? I don't know what that means. Go round and round and round. Anyway, Cactus Jack. But so this teacher... I guess this is just not allowed anymore, but I got to say, when I look back at it, it seems like maybe I come from the dark ages. Maybe, the modern approach is right and what they did back then was wrong, but we didn't have chaos in the classroom. And, I got all the way to Washington, D.C. on the high school education I got in Odessa, Texas before I went to college. So it wasn't all that bad. And apparently, and there was order and there was respect. And if you got out of line, there was somebody to crack you, man. And that guy's name was Cactus Jack Crawley. Anyway, it brings back a lot of old memories. We're going to be talking about this a little bit more in a bit, but I think it's interesting. Behind the curtain, a white-collar bloodbath is on the way. And what it has to do with is this thing AI. Now, how conversant are you, Jeff, with artificial intelligence? Are you pretty good with it?
I've worked with it from time to time, like with ChatGPT and Grok and that kind of thing. So
Yeah,
I'm familiar with it.
Grok is the one, I've done both, but Grok is the one that I've been leaning on most. I find it pretty interesting. What's your thinking about the accuracy of it?
Honestly, like it's pretty remarkable. I remember like seeing people like write their cover letter for like job employments with ChatGPT. Just like I want to write this. I want this to be the main topics. I want blah blah, and they write almost a perfect letter.
Yeah.
And like you might need to maybe change some wording a little bit.
Yeah,
but
change a few
overall,
words around, but,
it's scarily accurate when it comes to what you're looking for.
Yeah, it is, and it can help you with do really deep searches, and I find that to be quite interesting. But the one thing that I have found, have you noticed this? Maybe it's just something in my own system, is I will ask it for links. Okay, where did you get that information? I want to go read that story, right? And they'll give you a link, and almost I'd say 75% of the time the links are dead. So I don't know what that's all about. But I'm telling you, it's impressive, and it will dig up things that you never would have thought to look for, and it sends you down a lot of different rabbit holes. But occasionally you go, well, there's something I didn't know, and I wouldn't have found it had it not been for the artificial intelligence. And I tried one time out of curiosity, write me a story, and I gave it the details of and stuff I've been looking at. Write me a story about that, and the story had fictitious quotes in it, and the computer doesn't have any, it doesn't understand a lot, so you have to always watch it. And I found that sometimes it just gets confused and gives you information that if you're not really sharp and you don't say it, you wouldn't know, well, that's wrong. Or that's not the person I'm talking about. You've got to be really careful. You've got to double check it. But I find it interesting. But the bottom line here is, according to this guy, it could wipe out half of all entry-level white-collar jobs and spike unemployment by 10 to 20% in the next 1 to 5 years. Now, sometimes these guys are right, sometimes these guys are wrong, but I think we are in sort of an inflection point here with regard to AI and the things that it might be able to do for us. And it means, and if the computer can do it, I mean, I think a lot of people went to college and got degrees. They're going to be replaced in pretty short order by AI. It's getting good, and it's getting good quick. Something to talk about. We'll come back to this conversation a little bit later in the show. Right now, 54 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock.
One dead after a high-speed accident in Williamson County. Also, a court ruling blocks Trump's tariff plans. Those stories coming up at 6 a.m. on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
"58 minutes past the hour. We're almost through hour number one of the 4-hour extravaganza that is Nashville's Morning News. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis all the way until 9 o'clock today. And then we'll move on through our broadcast day, as we always do. A little game of musical chairs. I'm in for Dan, and Jeff Malinoff, who normally pushes the blinky buttons on the show, is now moved over to the newsroom.
Oh, there's other blinky buttons here, but just not as blinky.
Not as many blinky buttons.
Not as many blinkies. No.
But you know what? What I've always been impressed with it is that you apparently, anything that you do, you can get to air, and we can do nothing about it. You can interrupt at any time.
Don't control that power. I don't want to over-abuse it.
I know. It's a tremendous amount of power. Don't use it badly. We'll get into a lot of stuff. As you've heard in the tease for the news, there has been a major court decision that is imposing a block on Trump's tariffs, a good number of them. We'll get into the deep details of that. Big story breaking today. It's going to be a big day at the White House as they react. You're listening to Nashville's Morning News. I'm Brian Wilson. Time for the news at 6 o'clock.
Six o'clock on the dot. I'm Jeff Malinoff with your top stories. News in Nashville. One person died after a vehicle fled from a traffic stop along Interstate 65 early Wednesday morning. Williamson County deputies attempted to stop a 2023 Toyota Camry, which was traveling southbound at I-65 at more than 90 miles per hour. According to a release, the sedan drove westbound on Murfreesboro Road at a high rate of speed before crashing into a pole near South Margin Street in Franklin. A passenger in the Camry, 42-year-old Kevin Ray House, was killed in the crash. According to the Tennessee Highway Patrol, the 20-year-old driver was injured and taken to an area hospital for treatment. Moving on to D.C., a major court ruling blocking many of President Trump's tariffs on foreign goods. A federal court saying the president overstepped his authority, and the group fighting the president on these tariffs added insults to the president. Here's ABC's Perry Russum with details.
Global financial markets surging higher after a federal court blocked President Trump's attempt to impose tariffs under emergency powers. The court striking down the president's use of the International Emergency Economic Powers Act to justify the tariffs. A group of states and businesses had sued, saying Trump's claimed emergency is a figment of his own imagination.
Moving on to Texas, severe storms that swept across central Texas Wednesday have left at least one person missing and tens of thousands without electricity. ABC's Jim Ryan reports from Dallas.
Heavy rain and hail the size of baseballs battered the Austin area before sunset. Drivers who took cover at a gas station had their vehicles smashed when the awning blew down.
Well, we didn't really have that much time to think. Just barely braced, and then it hit it. And then we saw, obviously, it hit all the other cars.
Not far away, first responders who rescued one person clinging to a tree in high water were searching for a second who was washed away. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Dallas.
Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. The up and down stock market ended on the downside Wednesday, with the Dow Jones losing 245 points, but still finishing above 42,000. The Standard & Poor's 500 and Nasdaq Composite each slipped 0.5%. The tariffs that have rattled the markets this year face a serious new challenge. The Court of International Trade has blocked President Trump's wide-ranging tariffs, saying that Congress, not the White House, has authority to set import duties. The Federal Reserve is raising concerns over what it calls the possibility of difficult trade-offs in the next few months. Minutes from the Fed's meeting earlier this month point to the potential for rising inflation, higher unemployment, and the risk of a recession. At the center of it all is uncertainty over U.S. trade policies. NVIDIA shares jumped in pre-market trading overnight after the company posted a positive set of earnings. Gains for the American tech giant sparked a rally in global semiconductor stocks. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Looking at the futures right now, we have everything pointing upwards. Dow is up 229, S&P 500 up 66, and NASDAQ up 347. So all things looking good this morning. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather is next. I'm Jeff Malinoff, WTN News. Got a crash with the left shoulder block to I-24 westbound past Old Hickory Boulevard South exit 62. In Weiss Creek, we got another crash reported. I-24 eastbound at Old Hickory Boulevard North exit 40. No surprising there on I-24. That's just a regular Thursday for us. Everything else looks wide open, though. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 7 minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock. Good morning, everybody. I'm Brian Wilson, and for Dan Mandis, who'll be back on Monday. Still vacationing, still sipping pina coladas by the pool on some big cruise ship somewhere. And I hope he's having a good time. I really do. He'd come back rested and ready. You know, we're halfway through the year almost. That's pretty scary. I mean, it's gone by so fast. And we've got a lot of things going on today to talk about. One of the things that I think is probably going to dominate the news today was something that happened late yesterday afternoon, early evening. A major court ruling from a federal, what do they call it? A federal U.S. Court of International Trade. That's the exact title. And it blows away, at least temporarily, what the president is trying to do with regard to tariffs. Last night on Laura Ingraham, Senator John Kennedy was there.
The big news tonight, a federal court just blocked the majority of Trump's tariffs. The Court of International Trade saying he overstepped his authority under an International Emergency Economic Powers Act. This was, I believe, the three-judge panel. There was a Reagan appointee, a Trump appointee, and a Biden appointee on this particular panel. This was kind of widely predicted among those who study trade closely. So those European tariffs blocked. Senator, your reaction?
You mean that a federal judge has intervened with the other two branches' ability to make policy? I'm shocked. That hasn't happened since yesterday. It'll be taken up. It'll be appealed. I think it's pretty clear that the president has tariff authority. Congress gave it to him. Now you can debate whether that was a prudent move or not, but I think it's pretty clear that he has tariff authority.
Yeah.
And,
so this again,
I
this
think
was
it'll be reversed on appeal.
Yeah. Yeah. So they're going to go to the Supreme Court, Senator. It was a 3-judge panel, 2 Republican appointees on the court, 1 Biden appointee, and it was focused on the use of that IEPA statute. So that's where it was focused. But this is a long way out. This is going to be challenging.
Well, sooner or later, the Supreme Court is going to have to address this. Those who oppose the executive branch and those who oppose the legislative branch and are seeking recourse in the courts are at some point going to dig up more snakes than they can kill.
All right. I love his quaint colloquialisms. So here's one read on it from CNN. Federal court on Wednesday ruled that the president, Donald Trump, overstepped his authority to impose sweeping tariffs that have raised the cost of imports for everyone from giant business to everyday Americans. I don't know that it's true. That last part's not true. There is no inflation. Well, relatively no inflation. There's some inflation, but it's certainly within bounds. There's always going to be a little inflation, but it's 2 or 3%, not out of control. The administration immediately appealed the decision on Wednesday night, leaving the situation uncertain for consumers and companies and potentially prolonging the battle over whether Trump's import duties will stand and possibly reshape the global economy. The U.S. Court of International Trade, relatively low-profile court based in Manhattan, stopped Trump's global tariffs that he imposed, citing emergency economic powers, including the Liberation Day tariffs he announced on April 2nd. It also prevents Trump from enforcing his tariffs placed earlier this year against China, Mexico, and Canada, designed to combat fentanyl coming to the United States. The order halts 30% tariffs on China, his 25% tariffs on some imported goods from Mexico and Canada, and 10% universal tariffs on most goods coming into the United States. It does not, however, affect the 25% tariff on autos, auto parts, steel, or aluminum, which were the subject of Section 232 of the Fair Trade Expansion Act, a different law than the one Trump cited. So what happens? What happens next? By the way, stocks futures liked it. Dow futures rose nearly 500 points. And as you heard from Jeff a few moments ago, the futures are still up this morning. Lawsuit was filed by the libertarian legal advocacy group Liberty Justice Center in April and represented wine seller VOS Selections and 4 other small businesses who claimed they were harmed by the tariffs. On April 2nd, Trump announced his reciprocal tariffs, imposing significant levies on imports from some Americans' closest trading allies. Though he soon implemented a 90-day pause on April 9th, he left in place universal 10% tariffs on most goods coming to the U.S. All right, there's one story. Here's another one. NBC News. 3-judge panel on Wednesday ruled against several of President Donald Trump's tariffs, ruling he had exceeded his authority. This has to do with something called IEPA. IEEPA, and the provisions were to impose meaningful limits on any such authority it confers. Ruling blocks most of the tariffs. So there's that. Trump's Liberation Day tariffs halted by Court of International Trade. Washington Post. Specialized federal court in New York on Wednesday ruled the most of President Donald Trump's tariffs, including those on Chinese goods, are illegal, pending negotiations with more than a dozen nations and creating fresh uncertainty. The Epoch Times, great story here. Federal Trade Court blocks Trump's Liberation Day tariffs. The Constitution assigns Congress the exclusive powers to lay and collect taxes, duty, impose, and excises, the court ruling states. But Congress gave to the president that authority. Court of International Trade, a federal court based in New York, said it did not interpret the International Emergency Economic Powers Act to mean that the president has the authority to impose unlimited tariffs on goods from nearly every country in the world. Quote, the Constitution assigns Congress the exclusive power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, and to regulate commerce with foreign nations. I pulled this story because I thought there was one interesting graph in it. Let me see if I can find it. Don't you hate it when you can't turn the pages? Okay, hang on. Bear with me. All right, move on. Trade tariffs strike down Trump's global tariffs. This is from the Wall Street Journal. U.S. stock futures are up. But there was another passage here. Yeah. The order blows a hole in the global trade talks already underway with more than a dozen nations, which began after the reciprocal tariffs were imposed. It also throws into question U.S. agreements with UK and China. I mean, he had a conversation with China and said, well, as long as you're willing to come to the table, we'll work on this. Same thing with UK was the first one to come in and cut a trade deal. I mean, these countries came to the table because they looked at the situation and they came to the conclusion that he has the authority to do it. I think he does have the authority to do it. And I think it's people don't like change, and this is different. And we got to go, but the transition is necessary, I think, to reestablish our economy in a better way. Let's see. The White House spokesman Kush Desai said in response to the ruling that the trade deficit has weakened the country. It's not for unelected judges to decide how to properly address a national emergency, Desai said. President Trump pledged to put America first, and the administration is committed to using every lever of executive power to address the crisis and restore American greatness. Got more on this. Trump tariffs. I know they're controversial. Some people like them. Some people don't like them. But they're on standby. A good number are on standby for now. What's going on and what's the next step? We'll try to get to that in just a moment. Right now, let's check traffic at 6:15. $16 minutes past the hour now of 6 o'clock. You've got a high today of around, 79 degrees. And yes, more rain. Oh, joy. Oh, joy, oh, joy, more rain. Talking about the big decision that came down from an international trade court saying that Trump's tariffs can't stand. So what happens next? Well, I think Senator John Kennedy is right. This ultimately has to be decided by the Supreme Court. And, the Supreme Court is getting thrown into a lot of things right now. And one of the things I've always noticed about the Supreme, they don't generally like these kinds of cases, but they have to take them. I mean, if there's a question in the legal world, the final answer comes from the Supreme Court. So it's going there. But listen to this. If upheld, the ruling means the Trump administration must find another justification for its global tariffs. This is important. The administration has previously contemplated imposing duties under Section 301 of the Trade Act of 1974, which allows for tariffs that counter unfair foreign trade practices. That is the provision Trump used to underpin his first-term tariffs on China and is considered to be on firmer legal footing than IEEPA. So you're going to hear a lot today. I'm sure the White House will be out and they'll have statements. It's going to be the big day at the White House to see what their response is going to be since it happened so late last night. But, read this story in the Wall Street Journal. What I'm picking up here is there's a plan B. IEEPA was plan A, but there's a plan B, which most people believe allows Trump to be on firmer footing legally. So there's a backup plan. The Trade Act of 1974. Probably, in my entire career, I've never mentioned the Trade Act of 1974. Justice Department attorney said the tariffs were necessary to address U.S. trade deficit, which increased by 40% in the last 5 years. The deficit said they had a cumulative effect on the country's economy. I agree, threatening its supply chain, manufacturing, and military preparedness. So there we go. I mean, this little dinky trade court that nobody ever pays any attention to. I mean, they're often weird little cases involving soybean, trade and soybean commodities, trading, these sort of mundane cases. But this is a big one, and it does for now put everything on hold. But what I'm reading into it, and what I draw from this, is that there is a plan B, and that these people that Trump has around him in the legal office and in other places, I think this is ultimately headed to the Supreme Court, where a Solicitor General on behalf of the Trump administration will make the argument that this trade court is out of line. Here's Axios, and what I like about Axios is that this one little thing they do is they give you a headline and then they give you this thing. Why does it matter? People say to me, okay, you tell me the who, what, when, where. It's always the why that's hard to get at. Why is the hardest W. And so I think for now they're gonna have to figure that out. For now, it turns out the legal system, not the bond market or not weak economic indicators, is the biggest restraint on Trump's agenda, they write. The judges said an injunction wasn't enough. They issued a summary judgment invalidating and blocking. This is a pretty strong order, blocking almost all of Trump's trade levies to date. The big picture, tens of thousands of containers full of goods enter the United States every day. Whether even what levies to assess their contents today versus yesterday's a mess could snarl commerce across the country for days to come. I don't know. We'll see. The Trump people will be on this like a duck on a June bug. And I think they're resourceful, and I think they have a plan B, and I think ultimately this goes to the Supremes, and I think ultimately, I'm not just being Pollyannish here or rooting for the Trump team. I think, honestly, the Supreme Court will set this right. I think the International Court is out of line. I'm not a lawyer, but it seems to me their argument is not based in merit. It's not a meritorious decision. And I think that it will go to the Supreme Court. And the 6-3 conservative Supreme Court, I think, will uphold what Trump has done. I think the president has trade authority, and Congress, needs to be involved. But they gave that authority to the president. They didn't want to be involved in trade negotiations. I think if you have somebody, it's got to be the executive branch that does these negotiations, right? It's got to be. It can't be the Congress. Congress can't negotiate with foreign countries. So it's just I don't understand the ruling. I think it is flawed. Again, maybe there's some element of the law of which I am not aware, but it seems to me it just doesn't make a lot of logical sense. I'm not worried about the tariffs. I know a lot of people are. A lot of people are fearing that it's going to bring inflation. I don't feel that way. I've looked at the situation, and it's, to me, what I see is I see that inflation has not emerged because there are counterbalancing things being done by the Trump administration, which is putting, a sort of a cap on inflation. It's not runaway. It's 2-3% right now. It's about where, it normally is when things are going well. It's not gone completely, but it's not out of control, and people are not feeling it, and they're getting a break because their gas prices are lower and their wages are up. All of these things are happening, and setting the economy right. Is there more difficult work to be done? Could there be tougher days ahead? Yeah, before we get, you have to feel the pain before you get to the pleasure. But I think quite frankly, we are we are headed in the right direction, and I think the Supreme Court will back up the Trump administration. 23 minutes past the hour now.
6:30, I'm Jeff Malinoff with your top stories. In Missouri, a wild crash. For the second time in 4 months, a vehicle launching off a street in Excelsior Springs, Missouri, then crashing through the roof of a building. The driver able to walk to an ambulance. Here's ABC's Rhiannon Alley.
Crash that defies belief, and this has happened before.
We come down here and the car's embedded in the building again.
For the second time in 4 months, a car launching off this street in Excelsior Springs, Missouri, crashing through the roof of a veterans hall. Surveillance video shows the car driving off the cliff, then flipping onto that roof. Debris flying over the building, the impact so violent, the engine was thrown out of the car.
News in Nashville, a man wanted in connection with an April 2024 robbery related to a murder has been arrested in L.A., according to the Metro Nashville Police Department. Christopher Cheeks was killed in what police said was a robbery-related murder outside a music studio on Hayes Street in April of 2024. Cheeks was also known by his stage name Chris King. On Wednesday, the MNPD announced in a social media post that a joint FBI and Los Angeles Police Department task force arrested Adrian Cameron Jr. in connection with the case. In a press release, the MNPD said that at the time of Cheeks' murder, Cameron had been free on bond for the September 2021 murder of 50-year-old Josh Evans of Lebanon. Cameron was reportedly on an ankle monitor as part of his bond conditions. However, data from the monitor indicated that he had been cut off shortly before Cheeks was shot. The MNPD added in a Wednesday night press release that Cameron would be returned to Nashville from California in the near future. 2 arrests in the jet ski hit-and-run accident near Dallas. An 18-year-old killed while kayaking. ABC's Mariah Varel in Dallas.
Authorities say 18-year-old Ava Moore, a standout high school basketball player just accepted into the U.S. Air Force Academy, was kayaking on Lake Grapevine outside Dallas Sunday night when a jet ski plowed into her from behind. Good Samaritans rushing to help.
Once she came out of the water, I just had them lay her down and kind of started helping.
But the cadet could not be saved.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather is next. I'm Jeff Malinoff, WTN News. Crash with the left shoulder block tonight, 24 westbound past Old Hickory Boulevard, south exit 62. 3 cars up against that wall in that area. Looking at the downtown Nashville area, 24 on to 40. That ramp is backed up just a little bit as usual as we get closer to rush hour traffic. 65 north and south, however, looking wide open. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thirty-seven minutes past the hour, 6 o'clock. Good morning, everyone. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis. I'll be here today. I'll be here tomorrow, and then I will be sleeping in again. Yeah, that's good to be. I did this show for a number of years, the early morning show, and it was a good run. I really enjoyed it. But I got to tell you, in retirement, I learned the joy of taking a long nap or sleeping in a little bit in the morning. What a great thing that is when you can do it. Well, yeah, people say, "How's retirement going?" I'm busy, but I really like it, and I love that I get to come on now and then and fill in here on the station still, and I'm filling in for Chris Hand, I think, a little bit later, and I have several dates where I'm going to be filling in, and I love that. Because even in retirement, I find there are things I want to talk about. And quite frankly, Grogu, my French bulldog, gets really tired of my rants. So I needed an outlet, and ever so often, it's good to have this ability to talk with you and be with you, and very happy to do that. There are a number of stories swirling about that have to do with immigration enforcement in the Nashville-Davidson County area. And there is a conflict that has been, just draw the big picture here. A conflict is developing between the city government, the mayor of Nashville, Freddie O'Connell, and ICE and the Department of Justice and the Trump administration and a Republican-controlled Congress, which is now investigating whether or not they are interfering with the operations of ICE as they come to town and do what they're trying to do, which is take illegal aliens, especially the ones with violent histories, off the streets and get them out of the country. So that's going on in a big way, and the mayor was completely, he was devastated. He was completely hurt. He said, I didn't know anything about them coming to town. They didn't tell us anything. Seemed like there had been some information given to the police department. It didn't make its way through the system. But now he's in the middle of actively trying to work against it. He set up with a connection with some non-government organizations, NGOs. He has set up a belonging fund that's supposed to be used to help those who are in the middle of all of this immigration enforcement. Look, we need to clean it out. We need to get it done. The city, I don't know, you got to be careful here because the key is they can't interfere with ICE. And the question is, well, what really creates interference? Here's a story. There are the new developments. That's sort of the lay in the background, right? By the way, this fund set up 3 different organizations, and they all got federal money from the city of Nashville, a pass-through. Federal government gave them COVID money. They passed it to these 3 organizations, and now that money is being used in ways that we're not really clear about. Then there's this. Fox 17, good story. Fox 17 News discovered that Nashville's Mayor Freddie O'Connell has made information on ICE interactions with the Emergency Services Department, like the Metro Nashville Police Department, public, which includes federal immigration authorities' names. This is a Tennessee congressman calls for two federal committees to investigate Nashville mayors aiding and abetting illegal immigration. Mayor O'Connell said the information released to the public is for transparency, but Ogles says it puts federal agents in danger. Mayor O'Connell is under the microscope following his actions during the mid-state crackdown on illegal immigration by ICE and the Tennessee Highway Patrol. Congressman Andy Ogles and the mayor interfering with justice, listing several concerns. He said the biggest is releasing the information of the names of federal immigration officials. We discovered some locations of their encounters with emergency service department like Metro Nashville Police Department were also posted. Well, I mean, is it interfering if you are posting the names of people who are involved in the immigration enforcement? I think it could be, because some of these people could be local. It certainly gives the other side a lot of information where they are. And quite frankly, the ICE people are dealing with threats anyway. So anyway, the Big Seven, by the way, the following the story, there's a little editorial note. The mayor's office stated that the names mistakenly included in the information posted online have been removed. Well, what was the purpose of putting them out there? I think, this is probably the action of an activist who works within the city government. My guess, it's a guess. I don't know for sure, but that's what it feels like to me. And they immediately took it down. The mayor's spokesman said in a statement, the sole purpose of that part is transparency. Talking about the executive order that was signed by the mayor, setting up everything. The EO dates back to the Cooper administration. I've been doing a lot of investigative reporting on this, and what I have found is that I think you have a situation where the real question is going to be, was there a proper use of COVID money, and is federal dollars, are federal taxpayer dollars being used now in an effort to thwart, it may be a good word, or to impede, there's another great word, the actions of ICE as they come into this town and try to do some immigration enforcement. Let's see if I can find this quote that I had from yesterday. It was pretty good. I should do it this way. Okay, here we go. Trying to find, I had a soundbite that I'll have to dig it up. I don't have it right at my fingertip, but there was a soundbite from Tom Homan says, well, we'll flood the zone. We'll come in there and we'll do whatever we have to do. We'll bring in, U.S. Marshals, FBI, DEA. We'll bring in every federal authority, and we will flood the zone if Nashville wants to interfere, because they're not going to allow that to happen. But I think there are some real questions here. The federal money went through the mayor and the council and flowed to these three organizations. And then when Freddie O'Connell finds that he's catching heat because people are upset that immigration enforcement is happening in Nashville, he can't call it a sanctuary city, but I mean, that's really what it's become if you start to work on behalf of the immigrants more than you try to enforce the law of the country. There's a problem there. And they give them that money, and then is that an appropriate use of the money? What kind of scrutiny is of how that money was spent? I think there's real questions about that. And I want to know the answers to all that. One way or the other, if you want to get into a match with the federal government on this matter, I think you're going to lose, Mayor. And the mayor is just trying to mollify people who are upset, I think. I don't know. He may be truly upset himself. It said he was. But you got to be careful here. You can't interfere with the actions. And I think when you say interfere, there is a lot of wiggle room there as to what interference might be interpreted. Is setting up the belonging fund? Are they using the federal money that they got from the city of Nashville to set up this so-called belonging fund? Is that interference? I don't know. This story that WZTV, Fox 17 has about posting the names of immigration officials. Not good. I expect we'll hear more out of Washington today, maybe more from Ogles. Maybe we'll get Ogles on the line. He can fill us in on what he knows. Here's what I've been talking about. This is from the Tennessee Star, second nonprofit behind seed money for Nashville's Belonging Fund. Got nearly $1 million in taxpayer dollars to fight immigrant evictions. Public records reveal that Connexion Americas, the second of three nonprofits, Mayor Nashville Freddie O'Connell said had provided seed money to the Belonging Fund used to support immigrants in Nashville during moments of crisis. They received nearly $1 million in American Rescue Plan. So it was the three organizations, Connexion Americas, the Community Fund, and Turk, which is a immigrant and refugee. I forget what the acronym stands for, but they do immigration work, and they out there trying to protect the immigrants. I'll get it figured. I can't remember right. I don't know what the letters stand for, but Turk. They all got federal money. TIRRC. The full cost plan published by Metro Nashville revealed that Connexion Americas received about basically $400,000. I'm rounding up. It appears Connexion Americas received the money in accordance with the June 7th, 22 resolution passed by the Metro Council appropriating $2.6 million in COVID money. Of this $2.6 million, $676,559 was allocated to Connexion Americas. So they gave a lot of federal money. Your federal taxpayer dollars, understand, went to these organizations that are now doing everything they can to thwart the efforts of ICE and the federal government to enforce immigration laws. Oh, I'm way behind on traffic. Got to take a break. 48 past the hour. We're looking for a high today of 79. We got about a 45% chance of rain, another gray and drizzle day. If you're wondering where the sun is, sun will be back on Saturday. Well, I'm just looking at the updated forecast. Looks like sunshine. It's got to be a pretty good weekend. Saturday, 79, sunny. Sunday, 79, sunny. Monday, 81 and sunny. And then Tuesday and next week, it starts to cool down just a little bit, and then rain returns on Wednesday of next week. So if we can get through today and tomorrow, it looks like Saturday and Sunday are going to be pretty good days, which is great, because we all need to catch up on our yard work. Are you behind? I am. I can't even get out there. We're talking about immigration, and, there's all of these non-government organizations. Democrats are genius at working with these non-government organizations. They're called NGOs, and they're usually charities, 501c3s or something of that nature. And they go out there and they get involved, and basically Democrats support them financially. And that's what has happened here in Nashville. Nashville's passed through millions of dollars to a number of organizations that work with illegal immigrants in our community. And they're not happy that the laws are being enforced. Well, too bad. NGOs. A group funded, this is a different story, a group funded by Alexander and George Soros' far-left non-government organization has been pulling the strings behind a major lawsuit blocking President Trump's efforts to deport criminal illegal immigrants to South Sudan. Earlier this year, a lawsuit filed by the Trump administration on behalf of illegal aliens with final deportation orders. The group of suits behind the suit includes Human Rights First, run by Alex Soros, George Soros' second youngest son. According to the lawsuit, Trump's Department of Homeland Security permitted illegal aliens to be deported to a third country, and they say that's unlawful. But it's George Soros and his son, and all that money is out there being funded. He's out there just stirring the waters. Again, it seems that on the left side of the equation in America, what you have are people who will do everything that they can do if Trump wants it, they're going to be against it. And they don't stop and think, is it the right thing to do for the country It's just their motivations are political and crass and against the law. But if you want to know, what happens and how this stuff happens, well, you got to look at the NGOs, both here in Nashville and around the country, and find out follow the money. That's the thing to do. Where did they get their money? Where did they get their funding? And what is their motivation? 51 minutes now past the hour of 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7.
United and JetBlue make a deal. Also, Trump answers back on criticisms of his tariff deals. It's all coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Morning news. Brian Wilson in the chair and on the air, filling in for Dan Mandis, who's somewhere over a large body of water, drinking adult drinks and sitting by the pool. We wish him well. He'll be back on Monday, and not a moment too soon. Dolly Parton lost her husband, as you know, just recently. They wed in 1966. Carl Dean, her husband, was some 82 years old when he passed. And, you know, we talked about it at the time. We haven't really heard Dolly Parton talk about it a great deal, but she is having a few things to say about how she's coping with the loss of her husband, who she was married to for 60 years, nearly 60 years.
I'm a person of faith, and I truly believe that I'm going to see him again someday. And I see him every day in my memories and in my heart and in all the things that we used to do and all the things that we've built together. But you just kind of have to learn to kind of make new plans and but that's the hardest part, is like breaking routines and patterns and habits. But I really feel his presence, and I just feel, I have my moments to where I kind of, get that wrecking ball in the stomach, as they say. But I just try to go on because I know I have to. And he was ill for quite a while, and a part of me was at peace that he was at peace and not suffering anymore. But that still doesn't make up for the loss and the loneliness of it.
Well, we just don't deserve Dolly Parton. Is there a better, sweeter soul on the planet than Dolly Parton? If there is, I don't know who it would be. She's just the best, and my heart breaks for her as she deals with the loss. I mean, they were very close, even though he was something of I wouldn't say recluse, but he didn't like the public spotlight, and stayed in the background and did his own thing, and supported her all these years. So we owe it. If you support Dolly, then you're good with me. And our heart breaks for your loss, Dolly. But you seem to be very thoughtful, and I know you're going to get through it, even though you will always miss Carl Dean, who you married in 1966. All right, that's it for this hour. We got 2 more hours to go here on Nashville's Morning News. Time for the news. Filling in today for Joan Jones is Jeff Malinoff.
It's 7 o'clock. I'm Jeff Malinoff with your top stories. Looking into the D.C. area, or actually more corporate area, there's a new deal this morning between United Airlines and JetBlue. It's not technically a merger, but the airlines have agreed to sell seats on each other's planes on both the United and JetBlue websites and apps. More from ABC News Chief Business Correspondent Rebecca Jarvis.
If you're a member of United and JetBlue's loyalty programs, your benefits will now stretch even further. Passengers, no matter which carrier they're flying, can apply the miles and benefits. That means priority boarding, complimentary access to preferred and extra legroom seats, and same-day standby and switching, plus earning and using miles on both airlines.
Moving on to the White House area, a major courthouse ruling blocking many of President Trump's tariffs on foreign goods, which is leading to social media criticizing the president, with the president responding. Here's ABC's Perry Russum.
The latest buzzword on Wall Street is TACO, T-A-C-O, standing for Trump Always Chickens Out, reflecting skepticism that'll follow through on his tariff threats. Trump asked about the acronym yesterday after agreeing to delay tariffs on the European Union.
You ask a nasty question like that. It's called negotiation because they weren't willing to meet. And after I did what I did, they said, we'll meet anytime you want. And we have an end date of July 9th.
Trump says his tariffs will bring back American jobs and reduce the trade deficit.
Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Here's ABC's Jim Ryan.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. The up and down stock market ended on the downside Wednesday, with the Dow Jones losing 245 points, but still finishing above 42,000. The Standard & Poor's 500 and Nasdaq Composite each slipped 0.5%. The tariffs that have rattled the markets this year face a serious new challenge. The Court of International Trade has blocked President Trump's wide-ranging tariffs, saying that Congress, not the White House, has authority to set import duties. The Federal Reserve is raising concerns over what it calls the possibility of difficult trade-offs in the next few months. Minutes from the Fed's meeting earlier this month point to the potential for rising inflation, higher unemployment, and the risk of a recession. At the center of it all is uncertainty over U.S. trade policies. NVIDIA shares jumped in pre-market trading overnight after the company posted a positive set of earnings. Gains for the American tech giant sparked a rally in global semiconductor stocks. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Looking at the futures a little bit over an hour before the actual market opens up, everything is pointing upwards. Dow is up 165, S&P up 54, and NASDAQ up 289. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather is next. I'm Jeff Malinoff, WTN News. Still have that crash with the left shoulder block. There's 3 cars up against the wall on I-24 westbound past Old Hickory Boulevard, south exit 62. In Jolton, we have a crash reported on I-24 eastbound past Whites Creek Pike, exit 35. Look around the downtown Nashville area, 65, picking up a little bit of steam heading into the downtown area. But, of course, that 24 on the 40 ramp, still seeing that heavy stop-and-go traffic. But everything else looks pretty mild. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock. Good morning, everybody. Brian Wilson in the chair today for Dan Mandis, who will be back on Monday. Happy to be here with you. Hope you're doing well. Everything's going well here today, except that I'm just a little irritated with this weather. I've just about had enough of the gray. Are you with me? Are you with me out there? I mean, this is bad. I mean, I don't want to curse the rain, but man, I've had enough of it. I'm ready for some sunshine. And the good news is, I just looked at the forecast. Looks like this weekend's got to be great. And they just updated the forecast, and the rain ends tomorrow. And then we got Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, and Tuesday, all going to be pretty warm days. Temperatures in the upper 70s and low 80s. There's an interesting story. I'll get into it a little bit later. We haven't had a 90-degree day, and it's unusual. We usually, by the end of May, we have at least one or two or several 90-degree days, and we haven't had anything close. It's been weird. And then you got places like Fargo, South Dakota, where they had temperatures hit 95. Everything's inverted. Everything's strange. The weather patterns are just odd, one way or the other. Nice weekend on tap. I'm really looking forward to it. Dry out the yard. Get that grass mowed. I mean, it's been raining so much you can't even get your lawnmower out there. All right, big news today. I'm just going to give you the headline. The big headline today out of Washington is going to be that a federal trade court, international trade court, has shut down Trump on all of his tariffs. You can't do it, is what they said. I think it's a 3-judge panel. 2 of them were appointed, one by Reagan, one by Trump, and one by Biden. The 3 judges were appointed by two Republicans and 1 Democrat, and the panel said that indeed that the president had overstepped his authority. Now, I'll give you the other second headline that I think will emerge, and then what the White House is likely to say today, and that is we have a plan B. Don't worry. These and I think there's a pretty fair question here about whether or not the court has done the right thing here. I think they've done the wrong thing. I think Congress gave the president clearly the authority to negotiate trade deals and impose tariffs. So I'm not too worried about that. It seems like he has the authority. Supreme Court should straighten it out when it gets there. In the meantime, things are on hold. The other story that I find perhaps equally interesting is what's going on right now at the FBI. The FBI really needed to be sort of just turned upside down, shaken, and reorganized. And that's what Kash Patel and Dan Bongino were doing. Dan Bongino, it's so funny to look up and see these people who are now in positions of real power in government are people that I used to know and hang around with. I mean, I wouldn't consider Dan Bongino a close friend, but I worked with him. When I worked at WMAL in Washington before I came to Nashville, and after I took my first retirement, and I worked with him, and we taught him radio. He came in and filled in, and we taught him how to do radio, and he went on to have a great radio career and a great broadcasting career. Former, Secret Service guy. But now he has come back into government service. He was just on Fox News talking about the things that they're uncovering and the investigations that they are going to conduct. But I am intrigued. Trust me, you will be too. When you hear Kash Patel, the FBI director, talk about their investigation into January 6th. What happened that day? He says there are parts of that story you haven't heard yet. And he says you're going to be very surprised when these facts come out in the near future.
People have had questions about January 6th and whether or not there were FBI sources, not agents, sources on the ground during January 6th. And I told you I would get you the definitive answer to that, and we have. And we are in the process, again, of working with our partners to divulge that information, and it is coming. And I will tell you this. The answer to that question will surprise and shock people because of what past FBI leaders have said about it.
Former FBI Director Chris Wray eventually admitted to Congress there were 26 FBI confidential human sources in and around the Capitol January 6th, but not actual agents. Can you say that's true? Are there more than that? What you're learning from that?
I can say that that is definitely a piece of the truth. Why it took a ton of time for and questioning in Congress for the director to get that point is what I'm trying to eliminate from the FBI. If Congress asks you a question under oath, whether or not there were sources in around January 6th at the Capitol, you as the director of the FBI need to know that and not deflect and give a DC answer. You have to be prepared for that. And that's the answer we're giving. That's the answer Chris Wray should have given.
And eventually everybody's going to know the whole picture.
Yeah, because the American people deserve that. And look, no one's more frustrated than me. Remember, I was chief of staff of the Department of Defense on January 6th. We said that we were ready, and the president had previously authorized the National Guard to be there days in advance. I spent 2 years, a small fortune, grand juries, to testify to the truth. And what happens now, years later? We were right. Bowser and Pelosi rejected that offer. And instead of figuring out how to prevent security lapses like that ever again, the American public spent tens of millions of dollars and countless hours on TV listening to conspiracy theories because those in positions of leadership failed to tell the American public the truth.
Well, that's pretty interesting stuff, don't you think? What is the truth? Can we handle the truth? I think we can handle the truth. Look, I love what they're doing over there. I love the fact that they're out there digging around and you know, if you listen to him, you know, apparently, past people in charge at the FBI, let's put it that way. I'm going to be vague about that. Apparently worked very hard to take information. They didn't destroy information, because if you found out that somebody destroyed information, well, that's a crime. You go to jail for that. But, you know, the Washington way is that, you know, there's so much stuff going on in an organization like the FBI, and the files are deep. So you stick it in a cardboard box and you stick it somewhere in the archives, and you hope nobody ever goes and looks. And it's sometimes impossible to find this stuff. But they found it. And there's stuff in there that Kash Patel says is going to make your eyes pop about January 6th. And that's not the only thing that they're investigating, but I think there are answers that we need from that day. 26 informants were on the grounds that day. I was there that day on the grounds, watching what was going on, reporting back here on this radio station about the events of January 6th. I had no idea there were FBI informants circulating in the crowd. What were they doing there? What was their responsibility? Who were these people, and what level of informant, what kind of informant were they? I think, you know, you don't want to burn a source, but by the same token, I think the American people have the right to know what was really going on. Or were these people, what were they up to? What were they doing? They said no agents, but 26 informants, and that the information around January 6th, which they have been digging on, will be shocking and surprising to the American people. Don't oversell it. One thing I would say is when you make a statement like that, you've got to come through. You can't just throw that out there and then it never evolves. You've got to bring us those details. And I think Patel is absolutely dedicated to being transparent and to solving some of these problems and turning that organization around. They're doing everything they can. They're taking people out of the Hoover Building in Washington. They're sending them out into the bureaus around the country. Good move. Decentralize the FBI. Take it out there where the people are. What a concept. They needed to break up this evil cabal that was in the Hoover Building, the long-term Washington creatures who lurked there and have been in charge of that organization. I think Patel and Bongino, big breath of fresh air. It's all about transparency. If they continue to be transparent and continue to bring us this information, the American people will be on board. I mean, look, everything they're doing with regard to the Trump administration is, you know, if they're digging around and stuff, it's this stuff that people care about. People care about January 6th. Patel has also promised in that interview more transparency regarding the Butler assassination attempt. In Butler, Pennsylvania, the one where Donald Trump got hit in the air by an assassin, a would-be assassin's bullet. Multiple investigation reviews of the shooting have been conducted, including a congressional probe, which found an unclear chain of command The incident also brought heavy scrutiny to the Secret Service. Patel told Barrett, "You're going to know everything we know," but he then went on to dismiss conspiracy theories about foreign interference and attempts to sabotage the Trump presidential campaign. I got more on this. There's a lot more to cover. Right now, we got to take a break, take a look at what's going on with traffic. 16 minutes past the hour. Christy O'Brien, thank you for the traffic. We got a 79-degree temperature coming today. Again, gray skies and a 45% chance of rain. But good weekend on tap. Talking about Patel and Bongino over at the FBI and the things that they are doing. And Brett Baer did an interview with Patel right now. He said, we're going to be giving you details about January 6th. He also said this, talking about the Butler assassination attempt. We take assassination attempts, especially of the President of the United States, extremely seriously. And we don't feel that the American people, listen, have been given the information they need on that. And we're digging through the files, and we're getting them a more robust picture of what happened and whether or not there were any connections. But he went on to say, the current conspiracy theories swirling online do not have merit, and those people, those pushing them, are people looking for something that does not exist. Foreign interference is what I guess he's talking about there. Interview comes just weeks after former FBI Director James Comey appeared to call for Trump's assassination by sharing a post on Instagram that contained the numbers 8647. Comey has attempted to walk back the post, saying, I had no idea at all that was something that could be perceived as a threat against the president. Here's another one, and I love this. Again, it's Bongino and Patel over at the FBI. From Newsmax, Dan Bongino, the deputy director of the FBI, said on social media Wednesday, that was yesterday, his department is actively investigating the origin of the COVID-19 virus. As we read and process reports of a new COVID strain emerging, I want you to know that we are actively investigating in multiple field offices the cover-up of the origin of COVID virus, along with the associated matters requiring our attention. This comes as a new variant has begun to circulate, of course it is, in some parts of the world. The World Health Organization said Wednesday the rise in cases is primarily in the Eastern Mediterranean, Southeast Asia, and Western Pacific regions. There's a new variant of COVID. He's looking into the origins of COVID. Have we gotten all the answers we need there? Is there something that was being held back by the Biden administration? Because this was on their watch. Remember, it was Trump who came up with the vaccine. COVID started when Trump was still president. And it was a chaotic time, and we didn't know a lot about, what we didn't know, we didn't know. They were, I will admit, government sort of fumbled around a little bit trying to figure it out. But the one thing that Trump was responsible for that he did was make sure that the vaccines got developed. You say, well, I don't like the vaccine, and I don't believe, I wish I don't like the vaccine idea, and I know I would never take the vaccine. I hear all that. I get you, and I don't want to get into that conversation. But can you imagine the hue and cry that would have come if Donald Trump had failed to develop a vaccine? What's he doing? People are dying. We got to have, where's our vaccine? So he did, make sure that the vaccine got developed, and several variants of vaccine did come out. And, people had to make a decision about whether they're going to take it or not. The problem, I think, with the Biden approach was they took this vaccine and they said, you must take it. Well, you can, kiss my you-know-what. I mean, I don't think you tell the American people you have to do something, and they buck up. They're not happy. They resist. And therein lies the problem. It was never government's role to insist that we take the vaccine. It was government's role to make sure there was a vaccine available. But it's an individual decision. And again, Trump did what he needed to do. This all got bungled, it seems to me, when the Biden people came in, as so many things got bungled. Don't get me started. There's a whole laundry list of things that got bungled. And by the way, isn't it fun saying the word bungle? Let's all say it together. Bungle. All right. 22 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7.
Tech CEO issues warning about AI. Also breaking news as the Trump administration fighting the new court ruling regarding tariffs. All that coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Today, I'm in for Dan, and Jeff is in for Joan, and Mason and Lewis are there doing the blinky buttons today. Lewis, are you there? Hello, Lewis. Give him the microphone. Yeah, let him talk. I'm not. Hey, Lewis. I don't know about Lewis. Good morning to you, Lewis. Glad to have him on. You doing some training this morning? I guess he is.
Yes, he is. Yes.
Okay. Lewis is shy.
Louis.
Okay, sorry. I'll get rid of Lewis. It's Louis.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, we're good. We're glad to have you, Louis. Thanks for coming in and helping us out this morning.
He's been doing a great job the last week or so.
Been cranking it out. Yeah.
Yeah, we had to put him into the fire a couple of times. He's handling it well. I'm very happy with him.
Well, good. Louis, thank you for being with us, and thanks for joining us, Mason. Good morning. Good to see you as well. Let's talk this. This is pretty quick. I got to do this real quick. Trump economic advisor predicts legislative agenda will make American families $10,000 richer. Now, that's news I want to hear more about, right? President Donald Trump, this is from Just the News. President Donald Trump's chief economic advisor projecting that the big, beautiful bill working its way through Congress will help American families grow their income by $10,000 over the next few years. Statistics that could impact kitchen table politics and pressure senators currently reluctant to vote for the legislation. This comes from Kevin Hassett, the director of the National Economic Council. Listen to this quote. If we pass this bill, you're going to see really striking economic growth, just like we saw in 2018 and 2019. Our own model said that we'd have a $4,000 increase in income. Now they say they're going to get a $10,000 income increase for the typical family in the next few years. In this bill, we took care of the American family, is what we're being told. So the House passed the big, beautiful bill. Now over in the Senate, some are concerned about it, that the cuts don't go deep enough. I think the idea here, as it was in 2018 when it was successful, grow your way into prosperity. And we're doing the right things to put if you get the one thing, before we go to news, real quick, the one thing that I know with 100% certainty is if you get out of the way of our free enterprise system, it'll be great. Everything will be fine. Just get out of the way and let them do what our forefathers set up, an amazing system of government that brings prosperity to people. It's a wonderful thing. Just let it do what it does. 31 past the hour. Time for the news now with Jeff Malinoff.
7:31. I'm Jeff Malinoff with your top stories. Breaking news this morning as the White House has retaliated against their court ruling on President Trump's tariffs. Here's ABC's Mary Bruce.
The Trump administration overnight quick to appeal. The White House rebuking the court, saying it is not for unelected judges to decide how to properly address a national emergency. Adding the administration is committed to using every lever of executive power to address this crisis and restore American greatness.
We'll have more details about that overturned ruling in a few moments. Hopefully we'll get something by the morning. A blunt new warning for American workers. Artificial intelligence is about to wipe out millions of jobs, with one expert saying a bloodbath is looming. Here's ABC's Andrew Dumbert.
A major tech CEO is sounding the alarm about the technology he's spearheading. Anthropic CEO Dario Amodei, the head of the company behind AI model Claude 4, has a blunt warning, telling the website Axios half of all entry-level, white-collar jobs could be wiped out by artificial intelligence within 5 years.
Looking at the numbers right now, 1 hour before the stock opens, we're looking at the numbers right now. Everything is still pointing upwards. Dow is up 69 points, S&P up 41, and NASDAQ up 249. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather is next. I'm Jeff Malinoff, WTN News. Got two crashes at I-24, one with the left lane blocked in Jolton on I-24 eastbound past Wikes Creek Pike exit 35, and another one in Laverne with the left shoulder blocked. That is I-24 westbound past Old Hickory Boulevard south exit 62. Look around the downtown Nashville area, not as bad right now. 65 north and south looking pretty good. Just that only issue is 24 on the 40 ramp. Just a lot of stop and go there. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
"37 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis. Glad you're with us on this Thursday, May 29th. I'll be here today and tomorrow, and then I'm going to go back to sleeping in a little bit. Make Dan get up early and do it. This story that you heard in the news is really interesting about AI and the changes that are on the horizon. We're right on the cliff and on the precipice of big changes in the world that we live in because of this artificial intelligence. Now, right now, it's that time of year where kids are graduating from high school and they're getting ready, some of them get ready to go off to college and do the whole college thing. We're getting people coming out of college right now. They're graduating and getting ready to go into the workforce in a big way. And when you read a story that says that in the next 5 years, 10 to 20% of what you call white-collar jobs could be gone because of artificial intelligence. Or the technology will be so good it will replace people. They won't be doing things. Listen to this. The guy's name is Dario Amodei. He's the CEO of Anthropic, one of the world's most powerful creators of artificial intelligence. He has a blunt, scary warning for the U.S. government and all of us. AI could wipe out half of entry-level white-collar jobs and spike unemployment by 10 to 20% in the next 5 years. So before we get to 2030, half of the white-collar jobs that we have in America could be gone. And so, why do I bring this up? Well, if you're a young person right now thinking about college, you got to be real careful about the line that you pursue. Will you find that you get through college and you don't have a job because AI has evolved to the point where it took that job? No, you got to make a smart decision and figure out how to do a job that AI can't do. Amodei said AI companies and the government need to stop sugarcoating what's coming. The possible mass elimination of jobs across technology, finance, law, consulting, and other white-collar professions, especially entry-level gigs. Okay, so I know that many people within the sound of my voice are probably not all that connected to artificial intelligence, so they just don't care. But if you're a young person, you get ready to go off to college, or if you're coming out of college and getting ready to go to the work, you got to find a job that's not going to be replaced by this AI thing. We are at an inflection point in America today. And a lot of times these inflection points are driven by technology. Think about this for a moment. You got a couple of the last big inflection points. Let's remember the internet boom of the 80s. We didn't have the internet. We didn't have, the ability to go on the internet before the early 80s. It was mostly used by a very small group of people. They became more and more available to the general public as the interfaces got more consumer friendly. So, and it changed everything. Think about, I don't mail letters anymore. Do you mail letters? Very rarely do I go to the post office. Email. It's an amazing thing. Text messaging. That's something, computers and the information. By the time I got to 90, I think it was 95. Yeah, 95. I went to get my degree. And I worked for 2 years on the weekends to get a master's degree. And you know what? I never once went to the library. I didn't have to. Everything that I needed to get through a master's degree program, all the research, all the stuff that was right there at my fingertips at my home with a dial-up internet connection. Yes, I started on AOL, just like a lot of people did. It was an inflection point, and it changed the world. Think about how the things that you do on a daily basis that are reliant upon the internet. The sound of my voice right now, you're hearing my voice across the internet. It's everywhere. It's seeped into every portion of our life, and it changed things. And those that caught the wave and knew how to work within the computer world, that everybody's going to have a laptop, everybody's going to have a desktop, and then the second inflection point came a little later with the development of, I would say, the smartphone. The smartphone, think about it right now. When I talk to young people, they say, well, why didn't you just call that? When you're telling a story about something, why didn't you call them? Well, because they didn't have a phone. They didn't have a phone. Everybody's got a phone. Why didn't you text them? Well, we didn't have texting. I mean, that changed so many things. And again, it was an inflection point in America. You have in your hand, right here, an iPhone that has the world is at your fingertips. Yeah, I wish that I had the access to information that we now have anywhere you go just by picking up your cell phone. Any question you have, I'm not going to say it because it'll trigger some stuff. You can ask the computer, and it will give you an answer. This morning, my alarm clock, it's computer-oriented, and it wakes me up. I talk to it before I go to bed, tell them what time I want to wake up. I mean, it seeks into every point of your life. And now we got this AI thing on the horizon. And I raise it because I think it's so important that we have conversations with our young people who are either going to college or coming out of college about making sure that they pick a career that is not going to be eliminated. I've been dealing with a little bit of AI recently, and I'm fascinated by it. But here's the thing. We're in AI's infancy right now. And if you think things are amazing now, and you look at this with wonder, as I do, just wait until it gets perfected and gets then, and this is the next big step, integrated into our daily lives in a more regular way. Let me tell you some things you can do with AI. Coding. Everybody said, yeah, you got to know how to code. You got to know how to, you don't have to know how to code anymore. You can literally, there are software packages out there, AI software packages that you can get, and you can say, hey, I want to build an app, and I want the app to do these things. And you give it the instructions that you want, and you just sit back in nanoseconds. It will develop a website or an app. It's incredible. I mean, that would take a human a long time to do, and it can do it in a matter of minutes. That's everybody who relied on coding. Oh, yeah, we got to know how to code. We got to know computers. You got to know how to code. I don't know how to code. But a lot of people, that's the thing you got to have. That's the skill. Don't come out of college without knowing a little bit about how to code. You don't need to know that at all. Those jobs are going to be wiped out. Now, I think there'll always be a place for people who are, courtroom lawyers, for example. There'll always be work for them, and quite frankly, I've had the interaction with lawyers over the years, and there are people who are really sharp and they know things, and maybe it'll take a while for a computer to pick up on some of the more obscure things that lawyers know that help them in the process of being a lawyer. But if you need legal research done in a matter of seconds, give me case law on X. Well, if you're a paralegal, you're out of a job. That just got handed. Anybody can do that kind of stuff in about 10 seconds. We don't need paralegals because we can do it in 10 seconds right here on the internet with our AI. Medicine is going to be dramatically changed, especially in diagnosis. Doctors will still be involved, and you still need doctors to do things like surgeries, et cetera, and examinations, and you need nurses and that kind of stuff to care for people. But what I'm telling you is the diagnostic part of medicine is going to change dramatically. In a matter of seconds, you can get the medical research and diagnostic information on what may be wrong. You put in, I've got a headache, and this, that, and the other. You give your symptoms, you give it information, and it will tell you there's a good chance that this is that. And doctors are using this now. They are using, they still look at the information, and they use the expertise they have to refine the information and to decide what is spurious information and what is stuff we ought to really think about, to remind them of things they hadn't perhaps thought about. And they're doing it now on a regular basis, and it's remarkable. I saw yesterday a thing that was done by a Wall Street Journal reporter who produced a small, short movie, and it's remarkable. And it's got special effects in it, and it's got animated creatures and people who don't exist, and none of it actually exists at all because it's all AI generated by computers. The images, the characters, the whole 9 yards. Now, there's a lot of human involvement in it still, but it's going to get better and better and better. I imagine a day and a time and a place, and you can already see some of this happening, where you say, hey, AI, I need you to make me a movie starring whoever, and you give it the information, and it will just go out and churn out a movie. We're using it now to write music, to write lyrics. I mean, it is a human assistant, and it's right there at your fingertips, and we haven't even begun to understand all the things that it's going to do to change our lives. You got to be aware. And I also need to be aware of the fact that I'm late for traffic. It's 48 minutes past the hour. $79 degrees for a high today in Nashville, 45% chance of rain, but a weekend looking pretty good. You know what? I guess I need, Jeff Malinoff, if you're listening, I need an AI assistant to tell me that it's time to go to traffic.
Yeah, just a little buzzer in your ear, a timer.
They got an app for that, I bet.
They have an app for everything.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, have you played around any with this AI stuff?
I have, yes. I've used it to write some letters, because sometimes I'm like, I don't know how I should write something down.
That's amazing. I needed to write an email, and it was sort of a complicated legal email that I needed doing a FOIA request, and it cranked out a FOIA request in 20 seconds.
Yeah, I actually had a letter I wanted to write to somebody, and I was just like, how should I write this letter? Because I didn't know what the proper way to saying it was, basically. And it gave me everything I could have possibly needed, and I just needed to insert their name, basically. Yeah, and boom, I'm done. And it took me probably 5 minutes, which is worrisome in a sense, because this is going to lead to way more stuff. And if Terminator has ever taught me anything, this will lead to some robots and some Arnold Schwarzeneggers running the streets.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. You've got right now these robots, but they're sort of stupid. They're not that bright. Yeah. I mean, they are. For now. They're focusing on the things now and building robots to make them walk, to make sure they don't fall over, to make sure that they don't inadvertently hurt people, and just getting a technology to walk, a roll, or whatever it does is an engineering feat.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
But imagine what happens when you tie a robot with those amazing capabilities, physical capabilities, to AI. I mean, it's frightening, the things that could be on our horizon.
Literally, the possibilities are endless, and I'm pretty sure Honda, like years back, had their own their own prototype robots. At one point, I have to look it up again to double check, but they were terrible. They were slow, like you were saying, kind of stupid. But now they're going to get smarter and smarter and smarter, and we don't know the end of it, to be honest.
Well, you can give AI a voice. You can give AI,
anyone's voice, not just a voice.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, yeah, that's right. But when you start to take all of the technologies available and you merge them all together and then stick it in a robot, the world is going to be dramatically different. I mean, and think about this. We talk about white collar jobs. What about blue collar jobs? Robots working at an Amazon facility moving packages. If you could get robots to do that, you don't have to pay benefits.
Yeah.
You buy the robot and the price is going to come down because there are going to be millions of them manufactured. And you say, this is your job to move boxes around.
Yeah.
And so there's a blue collar job that's gone.
And tirelessly. They're not going to need breaks or anything like that.
No, they'll just work until they need to charge their batteries up.
I do think my theory is that the government will put kind of a restriction on AI and what they could do, so the workforce doesn't go completely into automation. I think there will be some sort of government intervention, maybe a world intervention, who knows? But I think eventually this will be taken too far, and there'll be some sort of, okay, we need people to work and this kind of thing.
Yeah.
So there might be some restrictions, but at the moment there is none.
Well, I think it's going to be interesting to see. We're really at an inflection point with this AI stuff, and young people. Again, my advice to you and the parents of young people, if you're listening, make sure you don't waste your education if that's where you want to go. Make sure if you go to a trade school that you're going to have a trade that's not going to be replaced by a robot. You need to think about these things because I guarantee you in 5 years, just like now, I look back and I say, how did I ever work without a cell phone, with a smartphone? We're all going to come to the point, how did we ever get along without AI? We're going to have that within 5 years. And the technologies that are on the horizon and are emerging, well, it's exciting and it's terrifying. And we need to be very careful about how we handle all that. 53 past the hour. We'll call it 58 minutes past the hour. Listen, coming up in just a moment, there was a big decision that came down. If you don't know about this, late last night, or I guess early evening, a court said that Donald Trump cannot go forward with a great number of the tariffs that he has imposed. It's an international court based in Manhattan, an international trade court, and they have shut him down for now. We'll have reaction to that and give you the very latest on what it means for you and what it means for the Trump administration. It's all straight ahead right here on Super Talk 99.7. It's Brian Wilson filling in for Dan Mandis. We got Jeff Malinoff with the news coming up and all of the details. Stay with us, everyone. We got to one more exciting hour of this program, and you don't want to miss it. It's now 8 o'clock, time for the news.
Eight o'clock. I'm Jeff Malinoff with your top stories. Law enforcers have been chasing leads around Arkansas as they search for the cop-turned-killer who escaped from prison Sunday. So far, says ABC's Jim Ryan, they've come up empty-handed.
The howl of bloodhounds echoes through the town of Calico Rock, Arkansas, and the prison from which Grant Hardin made his escape. Around the town of about 2,000 people.
Kind of has me worried, for sure. Definitely locked my doors and my vehicles.
At the prison, Rand Champion says officials are trying to determine how the convicted killer and rapist got his hands on a look-alike jailer's uniform.
It had to have been either homemade or brought in somehow,
raising the possibility that Hardin may have had help. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
News in Nashville. A man wanted in connection with an April 2024 robbery-related murder has been arrested in Los Angeles, according to Metro Nashville Police Department. Christopher Cheeks was killed in what police said was a robbery-related murder outside a music studio in Hayes Street in April of 2024. Cheeks, also known by his stage name Chris King, on Wednesday, the MNPD announced in social media posts that a joint FBI and Los Angeles Police Department task force arrested Adrian Cameron Jr. in connection with the case. In a press release, the MNPD said that at the time of Cheeks' murder, Cameron had been free on bond for the September 2021 murder of 50-year-old Josh Evans of Lebanon. Cameron was reportedly on an ankle monitor as part of his bond conditions. However, data from the monitor indicated that he had been cut off before Cheeks was shot. The MNPD added on Wednesday night press release that Cameron would return to Nashville from California in the near future. Market Numbers Reports brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. The up and down stock market ended on the downside Wednesday, with the Dow Jones losing 245 points, but still finishing above 42,000. The Standard & Poor's 500 and Nasdaq Composite each slipped 0.5%. The tariffs that have rattled the markets this year face a serious new challenge. The Court of International Trade has blocked President Trump's wide-ranging tariffs, saying that Congress, not the White House, has authority to set import duties. The Federal Reserve is raising concerns over what it calls the possibility of difficult trade-offs in the next few months. Minutes from the Fed's meeting earlier this month point to the potential for rising inflation, higher unemployment, and the risk of a recession. At the center of it all is uncertainty over U.S. trade policies. NVIDIA shares jumped in pre-market trading overnight after the company posted a positive set of earnings. Gains for the American tech giant sparked a rally in global semiconductor stocks. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Looking at the futures, we are 30 minutes away from the market opening. Right now, everything is still pointing upwards. Dow up 74, S&P up 42.5, and NASDAQ up 265. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather is next. I'm Jeff Malinoff, WTN News. In Bellshire, we have a large pothole in the right lane on I-24 westbound at Briley Parkway North, exit 43. The scanners were reporting the pothole large enough to damage cars, so please be cautious if you're on that road. We also have a crash in Franklin and I-65 northbound at I-840 exit 59. And looking at the downtown Nashville area, that 24 ramp onto 40, seeing the heaviest of that stop and go. 65 north and south heading into the downtown area, picking up a little bit of steam as well, so we're getting closer to that heavy rush hour traffic. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. I'm Brian Wilson, your friend and radio buddy, and for Dan Mandis, who will be back on Monday. Jeff Malinoff in the newsroom. We got a couple of guys pushing the blinky buttons. We got Mason. We got Louie filling in there and hitting the blinky buttons and doing everything there. So a game of musical chairs here on the Nashville Morning News. But everybody needs some vacation time. And I know a lot of you are getting ready to head out on vacation, or maybe you're on vacation now. Enjoy. I wish you had better weather, but we'll get on that a little bit later. It's been weird spring. It's up in Fargo, what is it, North, South Dakota? I can't remember which. And one of the Dakotas. 95 degrees already this year. We haven't had a 90-degree day yet. It's very strange, the weather patterns this year. Wet and drizzle, and I'm done with it. But we got a nice weekend on tap. One of the big stories that you're going to be hearing a lot about, and there's going to be a lot of reaction, and, for those who don't like Trump, they're cheering, oh, this is a great development. We shouldn't have been doing this anyway. For those who have some confidence in the president and his ability to turn this economy around, I think there are some real serious concerns that we all have. This has to do with the tariffs that the president has imposed on basically other countries. Now, the whole idea of tariffs was to get people to the table. And maybe you don't have to have tariffs. If you can get to the table and you say, look, China, we're not, you're charging us these unbelievable tariffs, and there's an imbalance on what we're charging you, and you need us worse than we need you, so let's negotiate. And they are. All of this tariff stuff is all about getting, a lot of tariffs have never really materialized, because once you agree to go to negotiation, Trump would say, okay, we'll put it on hold until we get through the negotiations. If you're negotiating in good faith, then we'll work something out. And it's good for us if that happens. But now a small international trade court, a 3-judge panel based out of Manhattan, 2 Republican appointees, 1 Democrat appointee, have said to Donald Trump, you can't do that. You can't do the tariffs. You don't have the authority. Now, this was all breaking last night about the time that Laura Ingraham was on the news with Fox News talking to Senator John Kennedy, who said, look, I think this is ultimately going to resolve. I think Kennedy's right.
People have had questions about January 6th and whether or not there were FBI sources.
I apologize. That is the absolute wrong file, but here is the right one. Here's last night, Laura Ingraham and John Kennedy talking about this matter.
The big news tonight. A federal court just blocked the majority of Trump's tariffs. The Court of International Trade saying he overstepped his authority under an International Emergency Economic Powers Act. This was, I believe, the 3-judge panel. There was a Reagan appointee, a Trump appointee, and a Biden appointee on this particular panel. This was kind of widely predicted among those who study trade closely. So those European tariffs blocked. Senator, your reaction?
You mean that a federal judge has intervened with the other two branches' ability to make policy? I'm shocked. That hasn't happened since yesterday.
5
It'll
minutes
be taken
ago.
up. It'll be appealed. I think it's pretty clear that the president has tariff authority. Congress gave it to him. Now you can debate whether that was a prudent move or not, but I think it's pretty clear that he has tariff authority.
Yeah.
And,
So this again,
I
this
think
was
it'll be reversed on appeal.
Yeah. So they're going to go to the Supreme Court, Senator. It was a 3-judge panel, 2 Republican appointees on the court, 1 Biden appointee. And it was focused on the use of that IEPA statute, so that's where it was focused. But this is a long way out. This is gonna be challenging.
Well,
challenging.
sooner or later, the Supreme Court is going to have to address this. Those who oppose the executive branch and those who oppose the legislative branch and are seeking recourse in the courts are at some point going to dig up more snakes than they can kill.
Listen, John Kennedy is right. This is going to go it's going to go to the Supreme Court. Absolutely. Now here's the thing. What will happen there? I think the conservative court will likely side with Trump that he has the authority, which was granted to him by Congress, to go out there and negotiate trade deals. It is within the... Can you imagine the chaos we would have if Congress tried to negotiate our trade deals? That's a bad idea. Every way you look at it, that's a bad idea. Congress should not be in the position of negotiating with international trade partners. That ought to be the exclusive purview of the executive branch and the President of the United States. And you know what? It's working is the thing. It's the ultimate goal is not to impose tariffs. The ultimate goal is to level the playing field so that our goods and our products are not being penalized when they are being, sold in other markets around the world. You give us a good trade deal, and we'll give you a good trade deal. You don't want to play ball? We'll jack up the tariffs and get going. And so. But the end result is he gets them to the table and the situation will improve. He doesn't really want to apply the tariffs. What he wants is a level playing field, and that's the ultimate goal. So we look at this whole situation and we're trying to figure it out and what's going to happen. Look, this is a blow. And this really hurts the Trump administration. It's not the only thing that they have in their wallet. They got a couple of things in their back pocket that they can pull out and go at this in a different way. I think ultimately the lawyers at the Trump administration will prevail, but it's probably going to go to the Supreme Court. I mean, when you have a difference of opinion between two branches of government, the people who decide, who call the ball and strikes, whether it's good or bad, is the Supreme Court. And we got a 6-3 conservative, allegedly conservative Supreme Court. We worry about Amy Coney Barrett, and we worry a little bit about the chief, John Roberts. But I mean, we've got that conservative court, and I think they'll rule in favor. Because honestly, the idea of Congress negotiating trade deals is a non-starter. That's just a dumb idea. Let's see what some of the reporting has been overnight. You ready? This is big stuff. Federal court Wednesday ruled that an emergency law does not provide President Trump with unilateral authority to impose tariffs on nearly every country, blocking a series of tariff announcements dating back to February that have rattled financial markets. A 3-judge panel of the U.S. Court of International Trade unanimously ruled Congress did not delegate it unbounded tariff authority to the president in what is known as the International Emergency Economic Powers Act of 1977. That's called IEPA. That is the linchpin of Trump's legal defense. An unlimited delegation of tariff authority would constitute an improper abdication of legislative power to another branch of government, the court wrote in its unsigned opinion. Regardless of whether the court views the president's actions through the non-delegation doctrine, this is really deep stuff, though the major question of question darts, well, we're not going to get to that. The IEPA authorized the president to impose necessary economics, says the Trump administration, during an emergency to combat an unusual or extraordinary threat. Apparently, if he uses the words it's an emergency situation that requires swift action, I hear that a lot of these problems go away. But there's a backup plan. Don't worry. I'll get to that in a moment. Backup plan. Well, in fact, we'll get into the backup plan right after we stop. My AI assistant has just told me it's time for the traffic. That's Super Talk 99.7, 8:15. All right, looking for a high today of 79, maybe some rain. 15 minutes past the hour, we're talking about the trade announcement that came from an international trade court. Three-judge panel that said that Trump is overstepping his boundaries in these tariff negotiations. That Congress needs to be involved, but as I read it, and I think a lot of the people look at it, Congress ceded that authority willingly to the executive branch, and it's a better place for those kind of things to take place, let's be honest. But this is all based on something called IEEPA. There's your word for the day, and it's another one of those fun words to say. Let's all say it together. IEEPA. IEEPA. Well, IEEPA, if it falls by the wayside, guess what? There's a backup plan. This from the Wall Street Journal. Very interesting and very detailed article about this. If upheld, the ruling means the Trump administration must find another justification for its global tariffs. The administration had previously contemplated imposing duties under Section 301 of the Trade Act of 1974, which allows for tariffs that counter unfair foreign trade practices. Well, right there, I'm telling you, that's your solution. That's where you go. You go to it's a much stronger legal argument to say that there are unfair trade practices at play, and therefore, under Section 301 of the Trade Act of 1974, if you want to wow somebody, start talking to it today, and they'll say, wow, where'd you get this knowledge? The Trade Act of 1974, that is the provision Trump used to underpin his first-term tariffs on China and is considered to be on firmer legal footing than IEEPA. So I think IEEPA stands, but if it doesn't stand, guess what? We got the Section 301 of the Trade Act of 1974, which allows him to battle unfair foreign trade practices with tariffs. They're not happy over at the Trump White House, as you might imagine. This is irritating them greatly, and I'm telling you, at the end of the day, they're right to be upset. I'm trying to find what they said. White House spokesman Kush Desai said in response to the ruling that the trade deficit had weakened the country. It's not for unelected judges to decide how to properly address a national emergency. President Trump pledged to put America first, and the administration is committed to using every lever of executive power to address this crisis and restore American greatness. I think they're going to prevail. IEEPA, even if it falls by the wayside, there's a backup plan, and it's stronger legal argument, perhaps, to use that legislation to back up what they're doing. As they say in the law, there's more than one way to skin a cat, and that's a horrible thing to say, and I don't even like cats. So there you have it. That's where we are. It's going to be the major discussion of the day. It's going to drive, it's the way it looks right now, all of the news. Axios says, why does this matter? At least for now, it turns out that the legal system, not the bond market, nor weak economic indicators, is the biggest restraint on Trump's trade agenda. And goes on to say, tens of thousands of containers of goods enter the United States every day. Whether or even what levies to assess on their contents today versus yesterday is a mess that could snarl commerce across the country for days to come. So the judges, by interfering and jumping into this fray, may make things a little worse. Look, here's where I am on tariffs. I know that a lot of people have been talking about tariffs and how it's going to drive up your prices. Here's what you need to know. Inflation is not in a runaway situation. Inflation right now, 2 to 3%. That's good. Historically, that's very good. Remember, during the Biden years, it went up to 9.1, 9.2%, something like that. It was way out of control, and people were really struggling to make it. Trump is doing everything he can. And so if you think that trade tariffs are going to cause inflation because things are going to cost more, I understand that worries you, but it hasn't emerged. And I can go into my whole theory, if you want to hear it, about counterbalancing processes that are procedures and actions being taken by the Trump administration that are balancing out the impact you might have otherwise if those things were not in play. Chief among them, the cheaper cost of gasoline. So Trump knows what he's doing here. He had a good run in 2018 and 2019 when he fought these trade battles before. They need to be fought. We need a level playing field, and I think we will get there in time. It may, however, require that we wait for the process to go to the Supreme Court. And who knows where are the negotiations today with China? Where are the negotiations today with the EU? Where are the negotiations with the other 15 or 16 countries who are now negotiating trade deals willingly with the United States? Trade deals that will be more beneficial, absolutely, at the end of the day. Each and every one of them will be better for us as Americans than they are right now. It will help. It will work out. If you just get the judiciary and the Democrats out of the way and let this thing work the way it's supposed to work. They've got this. But we're going to have to fight it out in court, as is always the case. These big decisions end up at the Supremes. 22 minutes now past the hour of 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7.
An attempt at a mistrial during the Diddy sex trafficking trial. Also, Elon Musk leaving Doge. That and more coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Musical chairs here today. I'm in for Dan. Jeff is in for Joan. She'll be back next week, I assume. I don't know. When is she coming back? Do you know, Jeff?
You know what? Your guess is, I'm assuming next week, since everything's going back to normal next week,
good.
because it's no longer a holiday week. Because every holiday week, you know this for sure.
Yeah.
Everyone leaves.
Everybody wants to take a little vacation.
Everyone's gone.
But that's all right. I'm here. I'm happy to rally. Again, as I mentioned yesterday, I need to be able to get a place to vent. I got to get this stuff off my chest because my bulldog is getting real tired of hearing my rants. She just looks at me. She doesn't understand it. It's sort of like Charlie Brown's teacher. Wah, 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 wah. I think that's the way Grogu looks at when I'm talking to her. As long as you know her, she responds to her name. That's the important thing. Trump is doing well, despite all the chaos that's going on with this trade stuff today. His numbers are up. And we talked about this in some detail yesterday. This is from The Blaze. Despite relentless attacks from the left, President Donald Trump's approval ratings have progressively increased, marking a stunning turnaround from last month's lows. Beginning his second term in office, Trump's disapproval rating peaked at 52.4% in late April, according to Real Clear Politics. That's an average. The drop in support came just weeks after rolled out 10% baseline tariffs as part of his Liberation Day declaration on April 2nd. People were reacting, I think, to the fact that the Democrats were saying, you know what, the tariffs are going to run up. It's going to cost you a lot more. You're going to go broke. You can't be able to afford to put food on your table. And they were doing all these scare tactics. And then the reports came out and it wasn't there. It's not happening. So anyway, his numbers are very strong. His disapproval rating dropped to 50%, and his approval rating increased to 47.5%. And you may say, well, that's not great. No, it's good. Believe me, when you have, Biden was in the 30s, wasn't he? 32% at one point, I believe, was the number. So, yeah, this is a good number. In America, we have a general distrust and disdain of politicians, I think, in general. Donald Trump, on our side of the equation, is admired, but not everybody admires him, and therefore you have to take the average. And I think when you talk about 48, 50%, those are pretty good approval ratings if you look at the historical background. You know what? Coming up after the news, we're going to chew the fat on a bunch of these stories that you may not have heard about. Some of them fun. You'll laugh, you'll cry. We'll try to give you a little bit of everything. Right now, time for the news at 8:30.
I'm Jeff Malinoff with your top stories. A request for a mistrial denied during the third week of the Sean Combs, also known as P. Diddy, sex trafficking trial. The defense flagging evidence linked to an alleged attack on a rival. ABC News' chief investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky in New York.
The request came during the testimony of an arson investigator who responded to Kid Cudi's home when the rapper's Porsche was torched with a Molotov cocktail. He showed the jury pictures of a slash in the canvas top, a malt liquor bottle, and a burned cloth used as a wick. Defense attorneys have said Combs was simply not involved. They accused prosecutors of unfairly suggesting Combs was responsible for the destruction of 2 fingerprints lifted from Kid Cudi's front door. There's no way to unring this bell, a defense attorney said, demanding a mistrial. The judge denied it.
Moving on now, Elon Musk announced that he'll be departing from the Trump administration, and Musk making a statement on the future of Doge.
Trump advisor Elon Musk has announced his scheduled departure from the Trump administration after leading the Department of Government Efficiency. Musk saying the Doge mission will only strengthen over time as it becomes a way of life throughout the government. But it comes after Musk publicly criticized Trump's so-called big, beautiful spending bill for not doing enough to cut spending.
Now looking as the market just opened just minutes ago, everything is pointing upwards. The Dow is up 42 points, S&P 500 up 38, and NASDAQ up 232. So everything is looking up right now. Fingers crossed for more of that later on. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather is next. I'm Jeff Malinoff, WTN News. Got a new crash reported on I-24 eastbound at Jefferson Street, 1st Street, exit 47. We still have that pothole reported in the right lane of I-24 westbound at Briley Parkway North, exit 43. I say it because the scanner is reporting the pothole large enough to damage cars, so please be very careful on that road on I-24 westbound. And also looking at the downtown Nashville area, 65, look at going into the downtown area, looking pretty clear. The only thing I see that note is 24 onto 40, that ramp still that heavy stop and go all the way down into the Broadway area. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thirty-eight minutes now past the hour of 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Time of the show where we sit down, we talk about unusual things, and, we do a lot of hard news coverage, but time to sort of, take a what is a palate cleanser? That's the word I'm looking for. Let's cleanse our palates together, shall we? Jeff Malinoff, you there?
Yes, sir. Hello.
All right. As you move around town, do you continue to run into people who've come here from other places in a big way?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
Like for myself, I'm from California, but I always have to warn people I'm not that kind of California.
Yeah.
I left for a reason. I didn't leave because I didn't want to. I left because I desperately wanted to get out of there.
It's just sort of a side question.
Yeah.
In-N-Out Burger, is it any good?
Oh, yes, it is. Yeah.
'Cause it's coming, and I see one being built in my neighborhood, and that's down the road here a little bit.
Brian, that is one thing I would go back to California for, is for an In-N-Out Burger. It's in Arizona as well, and I was there, I think October-ish with my brother, and I literally, we got to our Airbnb, and I'm like, dude, I don't care what's going on right now. I'm driving 20 minutes to go and get an In-N-Out Burger because it's been 6 years since I had one, and it was good as I remember.
And they really apparently are very good.
Oh,
and,
they're delicious.
I'll tell you what I'm looking forward to is I'm going to get some of Dan Mandis's money. Because he loves the In-N-Out Burger.
Yes.
And when it opens, I think there's I want to remember. I know there's one going in Lebanon,
Murfreesboro as well. I think that's the first
and Mount
one.
Juliet, I think maybe. I'm not sure, but one way or the other, there's several going in, and the one that I see in Lebanon is in construction right now.
Yeah.
And Dan Mandis has promised to take me to lunch, which he has
Really?
never done.
Okay. Me and him have also talked about getting Joan an In-N-Out Burger for the first time as well. So we might have to make multiple trips with me and Dan, just taking everyone that's never been. We're all just going to take them to In-N-Out and show them that it's better than Whataburger by a country mile.
All right. Well, good. I love my Whataburger being from Texas, but I'm anxious to try this thing because I've heard such good things. Yeah.
I have 5 people on this statement. I think I'm not a big Whataburger guy, but again, I grew up with In-N-Out. Even Mason is giving me the thumbs up on that. In-N-Out is just superior in my mind.
Well, okay. You Californians, you all say the same thing. I've never had one, so I'm looking forward to it.
It's
That'll be
good.
something. Side note, because that's the story that I was talking about is how many people are coming here and where they are looking. This is from the Tennessean. Tennessee ranks second among the most popular states Americans are considering moving to in early 2025. Study by U.S. News and World Report cites lower cost of living, milder weather, lower taxes. All those things are good. Milder weather, it's been wet, but it's been mild. Lower taxes as potential reasons for the South's popularity. Nationally, Knoxville, Franklin, and Chattanooga are among the most searched cities for relocation. I wonder why not Nashville. I'm surprised by that.
I think because Nashville is blue, I'm not even joking about that. I think just because it's too overly populated with people that are not great.
Yeah, Franklin is in the neighborhood. A lot of people want to live in Franklin.
I live in Franklin in Cool Springs area. I love it.
It's nice out there. Not as nice as bucolic Watertown, but I mean, it has its charm. So here's the list of where people are looking. Number 10, Mississippi. Number 9, Arkansas. Number 8, Alabama. 7, West Virginia. 6, Idaho. 5, Maine. Maine? Really? People are looking at Maine? Number 4, North Carolina. Delaware, number 3. Your Tennessee is number 2. And number 1 at the top of the list, South Carolina. Interesting. In Tennessee, 3 cities made it to the list of most commonly searched locations for the first quarter of 2025. Knoxville was the highest placed city, number 11. After that, Franklin and Chattanooga followed at 19 and number 20, respectively. The most popular cities to search moving to, 7 of the top 10 cities were in the South, with Bluffton, South Carolina, topping the list. I've never been to Bluffton, but I kind of like the music. Weather is weird. Nashville has not hit 90 yet this year. Memorial Day, unofficial start to summer, but where's our 90-degree days? We haven't had one. And it doesn't look like the forecast is going to have one all during the month of May. It may be well into June before we have our first 90-degree day. And that's unusual. In Nashville, our average first 90-degree day, if you average it all out over time, is May 27th. That was 2 days ago. But the city has hit 90 as early as April 9th. City averages about 2 days in the 90s each May, and most of it is, in the most is 16 days, which occurred in a sweltering 1962. Temperatures in the 90 during May have been abundant in recent years. Last year, Nashville reached the 90s twice in May. In 2022, Nashville recorded 8 days of 90 or higher. But here's the weird part, according to this story that I found on WKRN's website. North Dakota and Minnesota have already had 90-degree days so far this year. We haven't, they have. Earlier this month, Fargo, North Dakota, reached to 95. Minneapolis and Chicago have had 90-degree days in the month of May, and we have not. And according to News 2, they look at the forecast, they don't see anything. We might hit it on June 3rd, where a high of 89 is being forecast. But we'll see what happens in the month of June. But it's been cool, and it's been wet, and it's been an unusual spring, I think. At least, I've been here since 2018, and it seems unusual to me. We talked about this earlier, and you said that you have heard the term stay-at-home son.
Yes.
It's kind of embarrassing. What do you do? I'm a stay-at-home son. Well, this is where we are in America today. We got a Jeopardy champion by the name of Brendan Liao. He's unemployed, lives with his parents. He won $60,000. That's a down payment on a house if you just have a job. He has a master's degree in political science. There's a useless degree. And judging by his quiz show performance and expansive knowledge of everything from Middle Ages to pop music, smart guy, won $59,000 and change in 3 contests that aired last week. He is unemployed, lives with his parents. I don't know if he lives in the basement, but he lives with his parents. And Jeopardy host Ken Jennings introduced him at the beginning of each episode as, and we're not making this up, a recent graduate and a stay-at-home son. Boy, wouldn't you like to have that as your title? What do you do? Well, I stay at home.
Do you do anything at home? No, just sit around.
No, not that I can tell. I mean, but you can work from home. I know people that do it.
A lot of places stayed remote after COVID.
Yeah. I don't know, but he lives at home. He doesn't have a job. He says he's unemployed. But he just made $60,000 on Jeopardy. Why would a smart person not want to be productive with all that intellect? That's what I don't understand. I mean, I don't know. I just guess I grew up at a different time, and I know people of my era who have this, and I think you have it, Jeff. A strong work ethic is such Yeah, well, you do. And I mean, you get in here and you hustle and you can do about 10 different jobs around the radio station. And I look at you and I say, well, there's a guy with a good work ethic.
Well,
what happened to the work ethic? What happened to that?
I don't know, but my dad, God bless him, has raised me like that. When my first job at 15 and a half, as soon as I turned 15 and a half, that was the worker's permit back in the day. And my dad's like, you're working for me right away. Like, you're not spending the summer just sitting on your butt playing video games. So that's what I did. When I turned, I worked for him like throughout high school and everything. And he always told this to me. If I'm at work before you, you're late. Doesn't matter what time he's there. I had to be there first. And I always was. I never was late to work because I always wanted to make my dad proud. And I started doing all the cleaning and gunk at his dealer. Like, he worked at a car dealership, so I cleaned the parking lots, I cleaned the oil, excess oil and all that stuff. Go home dirty and sweaty. And then at the end, when I finished up everything and went off to college, I was a car salesman for him.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, listen, I think that's awesome. And I have to point to my dad as well. My mom was a stay-at-home mom, and she stayed at home. And, lovely to have that luxury to have her there, as we were growing up, me and my sis. But my dad was a work. I mean, if he came home, like, he worked 6 days. He worked 5 days and then a half a day on Saturday. And then Saturday afternoon, he'd come home. We'd have lunch. He'd take a little 20-minute cat nap there in his lazy boy. And then he was up doing something. He could not sit still. He had to be doing something with his hands. And he believed in hard work, and he instilled that in me. He instilled that in my sister. I think it's a wonderful gift to give to your children to help them understand, what it is to be on time, to do a job and to do it well and to commit to people. What I found in my career is, from time to time, if you're in broadcasting very long, it will happen where you might get crossways with your managers. You may make a boneheaded move, or you may have done something dumb, and maybe you didn't, but maybe it's going to happen. And you know what protects you? The fact that you are a hard worker. Yeah, Wilson's a pain in the butt sometimes, but, he comes in and he gets the job done, and we never have to worry about him. He's competent at what he does, and he shows up, and, so that gives you a lot of leeway, a lot of slack. There's nothing wrong with having a strong work ethic, and I'm, people are I'm supposed to be retired right now, but here I am working, right? I'm doing some other things as well, and people say, well, why aren't you, really retiring? I can't, because of the work ethic thing. It's just drilled into me. It's just hard to just give all that up when you've been pushing hard in the harness since you were about 15 or 16 years old. I admire people who have a strong work ethic, and that's, Jeff, I think you really do.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And I don't at all think that this is fun or cute. Get out and do something with your life. My granddad gave it to my dad, and my dad gave it to me. My granddad said, I might die one day, but I'll never rust up. And I love that idea. I love that concept. I'll be gone someday, but I'll never rust up. He was always going to be moving, and he did until the day he died. He was always out there, carpenter, and he worked hard, built a lot of houses over the course of his life. So, listen, folks, I may not have been the brightest guy in the newsroom, but I worked hard. And if you can instill in your child what it is to be a good employee and to get out there and do your job and have a strong work ethic and show a little hustle, then what you're going to have is a kid who you'll never have to worry about. My dad worried about me because my grades weren't all that good, but he instilled in me, he may not do well in math, and I didn't. I struggled with math in my entire educational career. But one thing we can teach him, one thing I can give him is the ability to go out, put your nose to the grindstone, and get it done each day. Where did that go? How did we lose that? We should try to get it back. Let's see, anything else here? Elon Musk says he's leaving government. He's done with Doge. His 130 days are up. He was a special government employee, and he's going back to work to take care of Tesla and SpaceX and all the other things that he does. He's not happy quickly. I just want to run this soundbite because I think it's sort of funny. Before we go, here is Elon Musk doing an interview talking about his experience. He's not pleased with this big, beautiful bill, the way it is resolved. You think in these bigger cuts, and here's how he explained it.
You know, I was like disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, not just decrease it, and undermines the work that the Doge team is doing.
I actually thought that when this big, beautiful bill came along. I mean, like, everything he's done on Doge gets wiped out in the first year.
I think a bill can be big or it can be beautiful, but I don't know if it can be both. My personal opinion.
It can be big or it can be beautiful, but I'm not sure it can be both. He's brilliant.
Cue the plus size community being up in arms now.
Yeah, well, listen, that's always been my problem. You can be big or you can be beautiful, Brian. No, right now, I'm not near as big as I used to be. I promise you that. That's been something that I have been working on. And actually, the wife last night, I'm not kidding, said, you need to put on a few pounds. How about that, huh? Steak for this weekend, that's for sure. We'll call it a stopping point right there at 50. Make it 53 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7.
Trump administration appealing last night's court ruling on Trump's tariffs and more people looking for unemployment benefits. Those stories coming up at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
A thing that are going to be in turmoil right now. I mean, the three-judge panel getting involved in this at the way they have at the last minute, where we're in the middle of negotiations, it will create some turmoil. I can only imagine that the White House and Donald Trump are not going to be very happy about this, and they're going to ask for an emergency order from the Supreme Court. They're going to take it to the Supreme Court on an emergency basis to try to get it done quickly, because there's a real national interest here. I think at the end of the day, I think actually it'll work out well for Donald Trump and his administration. But I got to tell you, in the midst, I don't think these judges are doing us any favors right now by all the chaos they are creating. The goal was not to impose tariffs. The goal was to level the playing field, and that's a good thing for America in the end of the day. So, we'll be watching that story. The reaction out of there will be, I think, very interesting today. We'll watch and see exactly how they respond. Will they go to the Supreme Court? I think they'll have strong words, but beyond that, what's the action that they take? The good news, if you support Donald Trump in these tariffs, which I do, is there's a backup plan. Their current argument has been shot down by the court, but there's a backup argument which seems to be even stronger. I don't know why they didn't start with that, but they didn't. So there's a plan B. Not worried about it. You're going to hear a lot of talk today about what a defeat it was for the Trump administration, but honestly, at the end of the day, this is going to work out, and it's going to work out in the best interest of the American people and America's interest at large. America first, right? Listen, thank you so much for listening on this Thursday. I'll be back again to wrap up the week with you on Friday tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. If you're up and around that time of day, please listen. We love our early listeners, and I'll see you back here tomorrow. And Dan Mandis, he'll be back on Monday. Have a great day, everyone.